Number 3. My name is Eric Deserux Beltran. Joining me on the desk is Cole, Coco the Dragon Damley. Cole, it's My first time being here. I'm excited to join you here in this little expedition through collegiate.
Yeah, it's been an exciting season already with the 3 weeks that have happened. And honestly, this is my first time back this year as well. So we're kicking off with some firsts, as a matter of fact. And to be honest, I would not imagine it in any other way. Hanging out with one of my best buds, District. We just finished up a game of D&D, actually. So we're already on lock with that. So hopefully the teams will be just as exciting as this morning was.
So let's get an overview of the schedule that's going on this week. Mondays will be going over to the schedule of today. Today, over on the eastern side, will be the University of Delaware taking on the University of North Carolina, Charlotte. In the Southeastern Conference, will be Florida State University taking on Texas State University. So, any thoughts on that one, Cole?
Well, these are both undefeated teams so far this season. Every single one of them 2-0 on their series records. But I'm curious on how those records really were for themselves. Honestly, these teams, with a lot of the players that they have, can be very fickle back and forth, and how stable those teams are. I'm going to be excited to see also how the patch has sort of addressed them, because I'm seeing a lot of Zaya games on every single one of these ADC players within this first kickoff of the spring season. So we'll see if we'll be able to see the new champion tonight.
Yeah, and you were talking about that undefeated status there as well. It's one of the fun things about the Swiss bracket, right?
Very true.
Teams with the matching win-loss records having to throw down against each other, and quite a few teams still haven't got that L yet. So, some going to be delivered here today. But first, we're going to start off with our first match of the day, and that is going to be the University of Delaware taking on the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, and some interesting things that we've seen here so far, Cole.
Oh, for sure. And Delaware is one of the teams that I feel is much more of the stable team, going for comfort over counter, trying to play what their players are best at rather than trying to go for the cream of the crop in a competitive mindset. But, it's hard to make that argument when you have someone like Around in that mid lane for UNC Charlotte who plays nothing else but just Heimerdinger. Would love to have that one picked up. But in a place of competitive integrity, One Tricks have a little bit of a tough time. So I'll be curious to see what he's been experimenting with, or what they've been really looking around for, because you're going to have some flexibility going up against Delaware.
Yeah, that's such a tricky thing, right? You get so comfortable on one champion, you can climb so far up, but that champion gets taken away.
Yep.
You don't know what's going to happen. Looking a little bit more into his champion pool, you do see some pickups here and there. Karma, Malphite. It's not exactly the most mid lane pool. He's climbed his way to Masters. He's cheesed it quite a bit with that Heimer.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is once you get to that competitive level of master tier, that is where, for me, it's just you have the mechanical aptitude to pilot any other champions if needed. Sure, you may not understand the lane matchups or how they sort of intertwine with the composition, but you can get yourself through that laning phase and get to a place where you can start to understand the more overarching requirements of a champion into those team fight and objective focused moments of the game. So nonetheless, you've got a very heavy hitter in that mid lane for University of North Carolina, Charlotte, where in the mid lane, for me, I'm not too sure if Delaware can really hold up for that unless they really ban out Around in this mid lane.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question right there. Once the Heimer gets taken away, what is he really going to pull out? We don't even have info on any other accounts he might have be pulling out. Let's face it. At the end of the day, we don't know what he's playing when he hasn't really been ranking for this season. Maybe he's just waiting for the preseason to really wear off. You still got a little bit coming in from people trying to figure out the meta. We've been seeing some Soraka mid things popping up here and there. A lot of changes coming in so far, Cole.
I'd be very curious if the Church of LS is also going to be impacting the NACE Starleague as well. And to be honest, I feel like it might just happen, especially with these teams that want to stay undefeated, and the best way to get through a Swiss bracket is to sort of always constantly make your new blend of cheese every single week. And that's where maybe we might see some very interesting pickups here. Maybe some Vi Galio compositions once again, maybe those Soraka mids or those Ivern mids that these teams are really just sort of investing in. Because as long as you have something that you can cook up yourself, once you bring it into a playing field where no one else knows about it, it comes into a place where maybe Delaware isn't really too prepared for it, or maybe UNC Charlotte is really sort of left aback to where they don't have that answer directly at the ready.
All right, I'm looking at some of these champions right now that we might see get picked up. Right, looking over at Cream Soda and Munri, we tend to see the hook champions coming out from Cream Soda. The Blitzcrank Thresh picked up as well. What I'm seeing is a lot of lane pressure picked up, getting picked up over in the spot lane, as well as the Ziggs going for the ADC role. It should be something that's going to be quite the test to handle.
Yeah, and for me, that the hook champions at least give me a sense of confidence of, all right, where you've got Cream Soda trying to be that playmaker, and to really get these early game going for that bottom side of the map, or create some security. But when you mention these Ziggs bot lanes and these misfortunes that, yes, they want to dominate lane, but they're slow scalers, they want to get to those objective and team fight areas, that's where there's a little bit of conflict of, all right, this support lane is not going to be in lane at all. He's going to be roaming, he's going to be helping out the jungler in jungle gym, and see if you can actually get some answers on the board to really take over the map on control. And as we jump into the pick and ban phase, there's already the Heimerdinger gone, Lulu gone as well. We're going to get some of those comforts off the board before we really start to get into the thick of it.
Was anyone really surprised there? Yeah, Heimerdinger taken away. New champion Zeri getting taken away as well. Something that I can't pronounce the name. God, these names. Cole, help me out here.
Oh, I'm trying my best as well, man. It's at least I can get around. Like, I'm gonna just be very hyped for him because he has they have the best pronunciation ever, because it's just an English word, and I took a little bit of English in college, so
Yeah.
I can survive that one. But with this first round, okay, Camille being banned out. All right, usually Charlotte's we're expecting some kind of top lane sort of pressure from this top side of Delaware if we're looking with that Camille ban. I have to say, with Die for Kills, Gwen is still up and available. I'd actually really love to see a Gwen first pick here from Charlotte. If it does not get banned out right here, right now, they're still hovering on that Evelyn ban until the very last second. It will be locked in. So there's a lot of top tier top laners that I could see, and also argue to be flexible pickups here as well.
Let's see what's going to be the high value pick. What do Charlotte really want to go for right here?
All right,
It
Jinx.
seems it's going to be the ADC pool, going straight for the Jinx. So get some snowballing in for the mid game. Jinx locked in for Charlotte.
And it creates some of that additional hyperscaling security, right? Like, you're going up against Delaware, who really wants to have that ADC hyper carry sort of in their own side of the field, but taking that away, kind of a little bit of a double-edged sword here, because yeah, you've got a couple Jinx games, but I want to see what it's really paired with. And if Delaware has a good answer to immediately counter for that, I'd say hold on to this Ezreal lock in and then possibly pick your jungler, because right now you're trying to go for some priority picks, get those S tier grabs off the board, and this support is just going to be a roaming bot, right? And helping out this Zhao more than helping out the Ezreal, because Ezreal's just there to freeze, maintain that lane,
Yeah.
and keep it safe, and really allow the rest of the Delaware composition to achieve other objectives throughout the map.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about being able to take that Ezreal. Like, you can't. It's a hard champion to be able to dive there in the bot lane. It's a hard champion to punish, and Xin Zhao can get a lot done into the early game, into the mid game. He scales well. Crescent Guard, also a great defensive tool, great engager, great diver. Xin Zhao does a lot so far for what Delaware are trying to set up on the map here. Now Charlotte going to respond with the Nautilus getting locked in over in the bottom lane. So no, we're talking about hook champions,
like
Nautilus.
Yeah, I like it, and it also leaves this fact of sort of putting your foot down and saying, all right, try and put an enchanter into us, because Nautilus is built to take out and kill those enchanters. And when you have a stacked up champion pool with Cage, who has Lulu's, Janna's, and Yumi's galore, that Nautilus is a perfect proactive counter to what Delaware would really be trying to grab here with this Ezreal. So it goes against sort of what we were trying to promote of saying, let's get out of this lane, let's create some roaming capability. But if you do get a good Ezreal Yuumi lane, maybe you get some extra pressure, sort of unhinge this Yuumi and lock it onto the Xin Zhao once we get out of that laning phase, once we get away from that 14-minute mark. And then you can start looking for those kills. But it's this issue of keeping yourself confined to one style of gameplay. And UNC Charlotte, for me, is winning so far in this first phase of the draft because they have so much versatility with their picks already.
I do like what Charlotte are going for, being able to grab the Echo. Not so much in the grand scheme of the draft, but just this is a comfort pick for Nikki here.
Sure.
It's something he's been playing a lot so far in both NACE Starleague as well as here excuse me, I can't even think of the word right now. Ranked.
Solo queue.
Yeah, solo
Win
queue.
Champions
Thank you,
League,
thank
though.
you.
Unfortunate.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah,
If only.
eventually. But second phase of this the bans with Vex and Shen already gone. You already have your bottom side of the map already pretty much checked off. Like you've got the Echo and the Tin Sao, which we actually haven't seen that much Echo in competitive play so far, mostly because he does have a slower clear than that of the other AP junglers like the Diana, and it is not as aggressive and doesn't duel as effectively as those like Tin Zhao in the early stages where you can have that gank pressure. So I'm curious on how Dayuni is going to be able to sort of pilot uh, the Time Boy in this game. For as it is a best of 3 series, so maybe a little bit of warm up, maybe trying a couple things out to see if it can work and see how well those new picks will be able to run throughout the rest of the spring league. I don't really appreciate this Gwen ban, mostly because I feel like it would just be better in UNC Charlotte's hands. But as a preventative measure, so many hybrid carries are gone off the boards from these solo lanes. I'm curious on if there's actually going to be some tanks in the top lane instead.
I think there might be. Lots of bans
All
coming
right.
out so far. All top lane focused. Shen, Yone, Gwen.
Mm-hmm.
Going to take the Gnar over on the side of Delaware. Now, the response coming out of Charlotte, the pool has been really pinched here, so hard
True.
for Charlotte to really dip in.
And you having to play into that blind pick now too. Like it's a good blind pick of that Gnar to say, all right, well, we don't really struggle against a lot of those top tier top laners at this moment. The biggest one for me would be maybe the Renekton if they want to create that kill lane of like a Renekton Xin Zhao constantly camping this top. But that creates so much early game pressure, then you're starting to lose out on some of that late game investment. Or the Echo and Renekton with it is for UNC Charlotte. And with that Zillion being snagged up, that's going to be going into the mid lane, I'd have to say, with a good,
Yeah.
stable mid lane focus. It could just be what is needed for UNC Charlotte to just play a protect the ADC composition. And
Yeah.
with that Poppy lock in, that's pretty much what's ringing in my head right now. We're going to invest all in on this Jinx, getting this Jinx online, getting as many kills as possible into this ADC, and really unlocking that hyper carry potential. Though there's a lot of things that can get onto that backline very, very quickly. The Tin's out already. The Yumi sitting on top
Yeah.
of the Gnar or the Tin could cause some problems of trying to disengage and creating that spacing. And then the Silas on top of all of this as well doesn't have the best options for hijacking any of those ultimates, but just having that revive in your back pocket with the Zillion or having that rewind from the Echo can really create a lot of time manipulation within the fights to where the Silas can eventually start to overwhelm that of UNC Charlotte's composition.
And looking at overall, as you were just saying with Charlotte's composition being played heavily into that ADC role, it does lie heavily into the Echo to be able to enable that early game for the ADC to get into that position, to get that Jinx into that hyperscaling moment. Of course, the 5v5 could work on paper. Steadfast Presence can block a lot of what Delaware want to get in, but that is just in a bubble. That is just in a perfect environment. You still have to play out the lanes, and it is going to be a tough one. I do like what Delaware have overall so far, at least for the overall state of the game.
So far, and they're just so much scrappier. To me, I would say you probably want to play this game 1-3-1. This is a good 1-3-1 composition. You got some decent wave clear coming out from the Ezreal. You can sort of stabilize those side lanes efficiently. It's not like the best clearing. Like Jinx will inevitably clear faster than the Ezreal once she gets 2-3 items on board, but you're leaving yourself with a very mobile team in the Silas and the Yumi and the Xin Zhao that can just run around the map. They find a target, they lock on that target, and that target is pretty much as good as gone with how quickly they can just pump out that damage and then be able to get away with the Yumi's assistance. Though there is that countermeasure of the Zillion Slow, which will be a very obnoxious tool to deal with, and the Nautilus. So a lot of this game is going to be determined off of how efficiently Delaware and UNC Charlotte's vision score and how they control that vision around objectives is going to play out.
I'm personally dying to see how the Silas is going to play into this because now you have my intrigue, Cole. When you started talking about some of the ults that can get taken away here, like the Chrono Shift, for
Yeah,
example, there's so much that can go wrong off of the right ultimate at the right time.
true. And one of the other things too is that Silas supposedly loses lane against Zillion a lot more than you'd think. Because sure,
Really?
you have a dash, sure you can duck away from those bobs, but Zillion is just there to neutralize the lane and be there as a preventative measure. So if Silas does try and be aggressive in this mid lane, it's bam, immediate slowdown on top of two bombs, and that Silas will not be able to participate in any dueling whatsoever to try and win over that mid lane pressure. So a lot of the responsibility for Delaware this time around is going to be on getting out of that lane and then becoming that skirmish like we were promoting, right? Like getting this Yumi onto the Xin Zhao as fast as possible, getting the Silas and Xin together to prioritize either those heralds or those dragon pressure points, and exploiting their dueling capability to the maximum because they can't really win through these lanes at this moment, and they can't really win through team fights if it gets into the late game because of how defensive and how well built UNC Charlotte's composition is built up to keep that Jinx alive.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out because, we can talk about this at a very high level and everything and what would happen in the macro level in the pro scene.
Sure.
But this is collegiate. This is where you're not going to have as much punishment. You're going to have more players developing, more players trying to hone their skills. So there's a lot more that you can really get away with. I remember. I played in a gold scrub tier league.
Mm,
It was a fun one to play in, but we took the entire thing because we just abused Zillion.
right?
Zillion, all he would do was neutralize the lane, go roam into a different lane, and it would pretty much get us all snowballing and running ahead, and no one knew how to deal with that.
Oh yeah, and
Hmm.
it's one of the best things to learn in these kind of environments is exploitations of those of those cheese picks and those champions that you don't really run into that often. Like everyone in the LCS knows, if you give Bjergsen Zillion, you're gonna have a problem. But if I give around a Zillion where I just know he's like a Heimerdinger one trick, or if I give our boy Dayuni or Cage, they're just something that's completely off tangent, or like the Ivern mids or the Ivern jungles with their supports running around with the Janus Smite tops, you don't run into those kind of pickups that often in these lower like these lower brackets or in these lower competitions in semi-pro or amateur and collegiate, and it causes that issue of like, all right, well, how am I supposed to counter this because I don't run into this often, and I'm never truly prepared for it because I don't encounter it, and I don't get to learn
Yeah.
from it. And that's where, sure, exploiting that cheese is great, but it only works, a couple times. The cheese only has a very short half life before teams and players start catching on, and before even Riot, which really doesn't like these more cheese strats of those Janna top pickups, to survive in the lane and survive in the game's economy and bio for long.
Okay, Cole. I got to ask you:
Alrighty.
are there any cheese picks that you've abused to just climb some ranks real quickly?
Well, Nautilus top is
Hmm.
still pretty fun. And it's actually kind of a blast. It does sort of the same thing as the Gragas or the Gnar
Hmm.
do, where you're there, you exist, but just like Janus Smite or even like what it is I'm seeing in like LCK or like the Korean solo queue, with the Twitch support, like River Twitch in top lane, where you just go there, you get to level 6, and then you just sign out of the lane. You're like, all right, I'm going to just start jungling now. I'm going to just start helping out my mid lane and locking down kills, because at that point, you're not there to push anything else. And when a jungler in solo queue just suddenly realizes, oh, hey, I have a Nautilus support in my back pocket to lock down and get kills with, they're probably the happiest person on the planet, because now they just get to walk into the enemy jungle for free, get a bunch of kills, and then walk out and, be level 16 while their opponent's level 12 and complaining about the rest of the game. So for me, I promote the cheese picks, but remember, you're playing on a little bit of a knife's edge, because if you do mess up, and if you're not in a team environment like these collegiate teams are, where not everyone is in on the joke, then the joke won't always stick, and then maybe you'll become more of the butt end of it.
Yeah, that is definitely a tricky thing about it. Trying to make these cheese picks work, and even then realizing that hey, there is some development that has to come with your kid. There is
Sure.
some expansion you have to do as you try and climb the ladder, as you come into collegiate tournaments such as NACE Starleague, like right here.
Hmm.
It's a process for a lot of these teams, and it is going to be a process that you're going to try and overcome. Delaware, North Carolina, Charlotte, both these teams taken on, they've had a good start so far, being 2-0 each. So, there's not much to complain about yet, but, it's two big teams going at it, two undefeated teams going at it. Every week as this goes by, the competition's only going to get that much more tough.
Yeah, and that's what's so fun about the Swiss format, right? Is that every
Mhm.
single time you're playing in that week, you just know the next week is going to be that new game plus, going to get a little bit harder, and team. Well, thankfully for a lot of these teams too in Swiss formats, is it's hard to scout outside of solo queue. So that's where how is the skirmish environment, how is the competitive environment
Mhm.
within their own regions, right? And this is where you can start to test out the regions as well, and as us as viewers get to sort of see how these teams sort of interact with each other. Once you get to sit them down after a victory and say, all right, well, how has the practice been going for your team? Have you been scrimming with anybody else? And how have you sort of been preparing throughout the entire school year? Because you got to remind ourselves too that these are collegiate teams, these are collegiate players, and they are at the end of the day and foremost students, and they have responsibilities and priorities to meet. So with all of that stress on top of them, and then coming out and performing their very best on stage for us every single week is nothing less but absolute blessing to have with NACE Star League, and specifically with a lot of these teams and schools as well.
And as the league goes on, you do really get to see that development because when we get to the start of something like NACE Star League, it really does feel like almost Clash esque in the collision aspect
True.
of everything. You need a little bit of time before you're able to get that match history, analyze the teams, and try and get some prep in to get you that edge because that is something that
Mhm.
you learn as you get into this level of competition.
Yeah. And iron sharpens iron, right? And that's where, even though you're using or you have access to as little information as possible, using that information to the maximum benefit of, yeah, sure, you find out that this Heimerdinger one trick is a player that you have to go up against with in a round, but what's the rest of the team looking like? How well do they synchronize up? And are you specifically targeting those little niche picks like those Heimerdingers, or the Evelyns, or are you looking at more of those overarching pictures of, all right, well, this champion like Zeri is just absolutely busted right now. Let's get it off the table and make sure that we can play a little bit more of our game. And that's a little bit of the journey as well that these teams have to figure out. That every single one of these colleges are in their own stages and in their own approaches of, well, sure, we have a varsity team, we have a program, or maybe we're just a little bit of a club at the moment and trying to create an argument to get supported by our school and get an ecosystem in to get the competition thriving.
And getting back into the way draft went and the way this match is looking to go down, I bring my concerns back to Delaware because we are
Mm,
looking at an early game that has to be played out, and it's an early game that doesn't have too much agency on the side of Delaware. When
mm.
you do go something that is just focusing on protect the ADC, get the ADC going as fast as possible.
Very true. But it looks like that we do have a little bit of a delay going on with getting into game, so we can go ahead and take. We're just going to take a little bit of a short break before we jump into the first game of this best of three series between University of Delaware and UNC Charlotte. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Unfortunately, we do have some bad news. There was a technical error going on. We aren't going to be able to cover game number 1, but we will be able to cover game number 2. So we are going to have a short break. When we return, once that game number 1 is done, we will be able to rejoin the teams and get that coverage going. So be sure to stay tuned. Don't tune out just yet. We will have more NACE Starleague coming your way. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back everyone to NACE Starleague. We are sorry about the delay, but good update here. We are able to cover game number 1. So welcome back again. My name is Eric Desworks Potran, Cole, Coco the Dragon, Dambly, and now ready to cover this matchup between Charlotte and University of Delaware.
Alrighty, and already we're kicking off to a pretty electric start. Level 1 invade through the top side. I love this invade as well. So, you seen that? Good catch. This is exactly why you go this way.
This is so BM over the wall, gets hooked. Is going to be able to walk away though. Trying to find his way out, but this is the wrong direction, man. This is very much the wrong direction, Cole.
Your GPS is broken, my man. You need to go the other way to get this game going, but it is die for kills. Yeah. Going to be trying to see if he can execute himself. He might actually be successful. He's got the dash, but the flash!
Told him to make a U-turn way too many times. Even another assist going to get piled on. That first blood going over to the Zillion on top of that.
Oh, no. But what a spectacular chase there by UNCC. Being able to get that first blood onto Jungle Jim, who, as a matter of fact, we see a couple lane swaps here. You know, Around, you know, he was a mid laner, but it looks like Around is going to be piloting the Poppy on the top side of the map. And Die for Kills and Elite Okami are also doing a little bit of a champion swap up as well. Gnar is going to be going into the mid lane against that Zillion. Silas going on that top side. And we were talking about it earlier, and just sort of to catch everybody up, because we did have a very long break to get into this game, that Silas does not do too well against the Zillion. The Zillion can sort of be a countermeasure to sort of thwart any aggression. And Gnar, who's a little bit more of a neutral laner that can actually harass from range, might be able to actually take that over and challenge for that mid lane priority, while the Poppy and the Silas, still not great for Silas because that W on the Poppy can stop those dashes, but does feel a little bit better because you can duel against a tank with lower pressure a lot easier in an isolated lane.
Oh, and here comes the hook up. Trying to get him on the backside. Not going to be able to hook in the Ezreal yet, but shoving in this lane is going to be UNCC over in the bot side. Getting some control down there. Hey, Nikki, pathing down there as well, so UNCC might be looking to set up at least some level of play. At the moment, just going to be ward coverage.
There. So the other curiosity that I was thinking about as well going into this game was how this Echo jungle was going to really perform. Like, Nikki, sure, picking something that isn't as popular in the competitive meta at the moment, but maybe more focused on that comfort as it is. You can also see it is first strike Echo, so I want to see a lot of ganks. I want a lot of pressure early for that vision, but oh my goodness, Silas playing with fire.
Right into the tower. Close one right there. Silas almost falling. Gonna take the recall now. Is gonna be around, but setting up for the dive. Might be the Xin Zhao here. Only gonna sweep for vision, but not gonna go for the dive yet. Assuming way this shoved in, but now in the bottom lane, we got a hook going on to the Ezreal. Has to back off immediately. Now locking down the Yuumi. Zap lands. Yuumi so critically low. Zekko's going to come down here for the dive, looking to potentially set it up. Out comes the traps. Now it's a hard way to maneuver around this tower. Here comes the tower dive. Echo able to just barely get out of there. The Yuumi watching as the ADC goes down, but that's going to be UNCC able to just barely get that tower dive in. Barely, Cole.
And a successful dive as well, with no lives lost on top of that, making this 2 kills for 0 and jumping themselves close to that 1,000 gold lead to really get this game going and in favor of UNC Charlotte. Not to mention the fact that you're able to get in. Sure, summoners were exhausted. Heal and Flash were both used from Munir 99 and Cream Soda respectively. But getting that kill as well over onto... Oh, hold on. We might actually have some more kills going here as Zillion's in trouble for Jungle Jim.
Very aggressive engage coming here out of Elite Okami. Throws out the QY. Tough spot right there. You gotta take your losses sometimes. Jungle Jim will be the recipient of one of those boulders, and it's gonna be payday for Okami.
Not to mention that Ignite was the final tick there in that mid lane kill. So a solo kill as well. That was the whole gamble we were talking about. Will this Gnar be able to win some mid lane pressure over for the side of University of Delaware in this game? And that is a resounding yes. Top lane, it's still a little bit of a struggle here for Die for Kills on side.
Yeah, Die for Kills slammed against the wall. Around, looking to do some damage. No longer has that exchange. A re-engage coming out from Die for Kills. Not going to be able to pick up the kill onto Around, though, who will be able to back up as the minion wave crashes into the tower.
thought he had enough damage with the Kingslayer to get that extract, get the kill, and then get that additional boost of health.
Oh, man.
Now, it looks like the tables have turned. Echo looking at this top side, but you still have the dash on Diver Kills as Silas. You can be able to just go back into a safer manner, and you hit Dayuni on the Xin Zhao also coming in to help out his top lane.
He hasn't been spotted out as well. No wards over there. He has a sweeper active and will go for the 3 Talon strike. Only gets 2 of those Talons in, though. Going to use the last Talon onto the minion. Just trying to make sure that UNCC doesn't continue that pressure on the Diver Kills, alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, and making sure that both these junglers can get out safely in this top quadrants of the map. Both of those Jungle Gym and Elite Okami going up to try and challenge for that security. But a TP coming out for Diver Kills just to make sure he can catch this little bit of a fatter wave and, you know, at least stabilize this lane a little bit more. He had lost his life earlier on with that first blood, is keeping up with that farming against around Poppy. But for right now, with the teleport changes, nothing to worry about here from Delaware. I'm looking at this bottom side, though, with the amount of pressure that has been really put down on the Delaware's bottom lane from UNC Charlotte. You need to get some kind of alleviation off the board. Gnar roaming down here, Dayu need to sort of win some pressure over this Infernal Dragon and start to get some of those late game objectives to scale forward, because that's another concern that is in the minds of Delaware at the moment. Yes, you have a good skirmishy team, but man, is that protect the ADC composition that UNC has cooked up going to scale very effectively with that Jinx in Munir's pocket. So get those early objectives off the board quick so they're not available for UNC later.
You can see some of the difficulty of the setup for UNCC. They keep trying to get that Nautilus over towards the mid lane, but they don't account for Leokami having that Gnar bar. It goes into Mega Gnar, they have to back off, don't feel comfortable going for it, and Zillion, it's going to be very hard for him to be able to lock down. Speaking of lockdown, look at this. The engage in the bottom lane going to be able to be successful thus far. Siege able to get Cream Soda in the process. Now trying to fight for his life. Will be Jin, but he falls in the process. Nikki able to pick up that one.
Yeah, and the cost of one life for another, and 2 summoners exhausted as well for Cage. So there's a very few summoner spells available for the bottom lane of University of Delaware. Only the Flash on Ezreal. And with all of those summoner spells exhausted, I'd be looking down there again. There and like say, hey Nikki, let's try this one again. Let's see if we can get you to level 6. Continue to apply that pressure because Cream Soda can lock down this bottom lane very easily on this Nautilus, and he's been doing a spectacular job on it too. Only unfortunate favor for them is that Munir hasn't really been the benefactor of these kills just yet. I'm seeing pings on the board now for UNCC saying, hey, let's get this Dragon too. We got that good reset, we got good timing. We know that Xin Zhao is top lane, so this is a free objective for us.
Round will be able to play moderately safe. You still have that Steadfast Presence, which does counter the Audacious Charge quite a bit if you can time it well enough. So no real threat down here in the bottom side. UNCC will be able to grab the first strike of the game, and that is going to be an Inferno.
And that's another curiosity with how much time Dayuni is spending in this top lane with a counter like champion against you with those dashes with the Steadfast Presence, as you mentioned. Why be up here? Let Silas just hyperscale, let him freeze this lane and relieve that pressure so you can have a more shrunken down map. You can see your bottom lane is already struggling with your Ezreal at 2 deaths and is starting to lose some of that CS disadvantage. Yes, you're down at 10, but you know it's really easy to have those slow factors really start to accrue over time. Losing that dragon pressure as well, now you have to worry about Rift Herald 2 because it just takes 1 kill to really set this game on fire for UNCC.
You can see right there, Die for Kills, a little bit skittish as he's going to take away the ultimate. Now go for the engage. The return coming out from Around. Going to try and take this 1v1. So low, the auto comes in. Around will get that 1v1, but able to join in time. Kami will just pick up the scraps of that fight. We'll even this out 1 for 1.
And trying to leave the lane as it is so Die for Kills can continue to hold that freeze. We do have Jungle Gym, though, trying to get some additional vision out there. Knew that Gnar had decided to roam up. But Okami, 2-0, holding a lot of this pressure down mid lane, getting some great catches, but just not in time to really sway over any tide just yet. Yes, you have the economy going for you. It is evened out. The map still feels in control of UNCC of how well both the laning phases have been going for both Munir and Around, and how quickly High Nikki has been able to just sprint around this map on this Echo.
Here we go again. Seen it before, Cream Soda going for the engage, but good timing. The arcane shift there. Yeah, coming back to the mid lane though, you know, the switch here that we saw from Delaware was that Silas going to the top side, you know, thinking it's to alleviate pressure. Now it's really just adding pressure to the mid lane with the way Okami's been playing this Gnar.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. This has definitely been much more of trying to give Die for Kills a safe lane to scale in, and Okami trying to get maximum potential. It's just unfortunate that they're not working together, but now they are. Xin Zhao can get a kill.
See, some teamwork can make the dream work. The answer is going to be no as Dayuni goes down a flash away. Coming out from around as he gets the chrono shift at the same time. Going to be a waste of an ultimate there, but still the chase will come out from UNCC. Looking to go for more. The chrono break to make sure he will not break. Nikki stays alive, and there is the parallel convergence slammed into the wall. Die for Kills gets dropped. Jungle Jim going to grab that kill, and UNCC going to transfer that to Rift Arrow.
An unfortunate timing there for University of Delaware, but a great catch for UNCC, knowing that Okami is now exhausted, could not get into Mega Gnar form. They're able to abuse that squishier Gnar, take out Dayuni quickly, and then the CC stacking, flying onto Die for Kills as Silas to make sure he couldn't use that hijacked Echo ultimate to get back into a fighting stance and try and really contest for a possible 1-for-1 trade or a 2-for-1 trade. At the end of the day, all that pressure and the Rift Herald taken. Sure, the economy's even at the moment because of some of the turret plays that these teams have been able to acquire. 4 plates on the mid lane, 4 plates on the bottom lane here for UNCC. So that's some of that gold sort of eking in there. But when's this Rift Herald going to be dropped? We just saw it acquired by UNCC, and that can really accelerate this game.
Now taking the recall over in the top lane. It's going to be around while the wave is crashing. Doesn't have a teleport. I would expect to see some pressure come out for, over towards this top side from Dayuni. I would hope for more communication in that end, but Dayuni is going to be focusing onto the bottom side, and for good reason. Okami's down there as well, so action going over on that bottom side. You can see a roam coming out from Jungle Jim. He's trying to get down there to make sure that his team doesn't end up in a bad situation. He's actually completely isolated. He walks out of the jungle. In a good spot, though, not too close. So able to mark out what Delaware were going for, not able to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and I also saw Okami got fairly low, around a third of his health bar before Mega Gnar was popped. And it just shows that that dive did not go according to plan. Maybe this little pinch on Jungle Jim's Zillion will. Unfortunately, it will not bear any fruit. Okami just takes a couple more bombs to the face while resets come in for University of Delaware, pushing those waves out, making sure that they can have a safe cash in. Do see this Essence Reaver and Ionian Boots in the City on Ezreal already, and he's pretty close to really completing that Tear of the Goddess as well. So this Ezreal is fairly close to starting to pump out some damage, but it's just not enough yet, and I feel like it will never really be enough. On his own, right? And this is where we're going to be investing in this Gnar and investing. Oh, we're actually going to be catching this Gnar.
A beautiful hook coming out there. The chrono shift is going to come out in time. Cream Soda will stay alive. The zap on the back end getting stunned up is going to be Dayuni. And the tower dive, oh so successful for UNCC as Shelly hits the map, and this tower is going to hit the floor.
And breaking this mid lane open is going to be wonders for UNCC to open up the map a little bit more. Prepare for this dragon, but Silas is trying to fight fire with fire.
Oh, spoke a little bit early there. Now looking to come in will be the Silas. Tries to come over the wall, going to use the ultimate depth charge. It lands onto Cream Soda. Cream Soda with the slither of health, still going to stay alive, but question is, will Die for Kills be able to stay alive? 200 health remains before the recall is called by UNCC.
And he doesn't have the lockdown potential, nor the damage just yet to really secure any of these kills. UNCC, I was talking about how much space this composition provides during the draft, and you could see it right there. Sure, very low health bars, but getting out unscathed. Only 3 kills have been given over to Delaware, and 2 of those have been sitting on the solo kills that Okami was able to acquire, with one that he was able to sort of solidify a kill, guarantee it in the top side of the map. But with the resets, it is going to be a Ocean Dragon for University of Delaware. A good reply from the overstay that UNCC had applied in that mid lane, which they also had defended that turret against. So first brick has yet to fall. Could actually fall here in this top or mid lane in favor of UNCC. But at the moment, pretty dead even at this time.
Yeah, that's one thing that's been working really well for UNCC. If you look at the turret health alone, lots of healthy turrets on the side of UNCC. Same can't be said for Delaware. And now the pressure is being applied. Going up top is going to be Nikki. We'll be able to grab that tower. He's going to pocket all that gold by himself. First brick, all focused onto Nikki.
It's not too bad. get some gold onto this Echo to really accelerate maybe they're getting those Sork shoes and then cashing in on that Lich Bane potentially second.
There's
On what you're going to be itemizing on this Echo, but they are hanging around a little bit, playing a little bit greedy.
investing into him quite a bit. Now staying in this area, trying to deny a lot of these jungle creeps. Nicky and around having...
This all out.
Yeah, they have complete control of this side of the map. Uni, not a thing you can do about it. He's on this bot side trying to set up another play, and it's the wrong place to be. Scout it out.
Yeah, and I think that was the problem, is that the vision control. Oh, hold on, Nautilus, great catch.
Ooh, the bomb comes in, able to stun him up. The CC is devastating. Still living for a little bit is going to be Dayuni, but Nicky will change that as forced to just watch. Akami watching his jungler fall. Now the chase continues over towards the bot side of the river. Zap comes out, but it will not find its mark. UNCC able to get another kill, this time onto the jungler of Delaware.
Yeah, now getting to cash in on your bottom jungle as well. A wonderful roam from both Around and Nicky throughout this entire map. Being able to get so much money here. Now sitting on a 300 gold bounty that Delaware could pick up. They're able to get a kill on his Echo, but it's looking pretty bad at this moment. Oh, he's actually hunting down Okami on the Snar. He isn't able to catch it, but nope.
Scary thing.
At this point, I'd say, you know what, you got the entirety of top side, you got your own first brick, and you're getting your bottom side as well. This sounds like a great time to cash in and get some recipes for your next item, as well as complete your boost. And with that scuttle being grabbed, an extra 130 or so gold, he actually might just go for a Medjais, because I see that he has 7 stacks on his Dark Seal. That sounds like a Medjais to me. If you're playing greedy and the way that Nicky has been playing, that might just be what that next item is going to be, and just want to make sure that he can complete it on back. No, he actually does go for that Lich Bane full-on purchase.
Wow.
Straight up. Doesn't need recipes, nothing. Just give me the whole cake and everything else.
I mean, he's been cashing in all game. We saw that first brick go to him and him alone. They're putting a lot of investment into him to be able to carry this early to mid game before Manure does come online and can get excited on this Jinx.
Yeah, and you need that, right? Because you have this protect ADC composition, and having that a really, really fed secondary threat in this Echo is going to work wonders, because it is the direct answer to this 1-3-1 split that UD wants. Failed flash there by Nautilus, but maybe he can get out with the help of Echo.
Yeah, now the counter engage might come in. No, Cream Soda not willing to go fully ham onto this engage here. Depth charge was used for the disengage, but over in the top side, looking for the 1v1 again. We've seen this too many times now. Around will take down, die for kills.
And once more, and this Sylas is just not having a fun time. And this was a red 5 Sylas. This was used as an argument for a counter pick between this Poppy and this Zillion, and it is not very effective. And that hurts even more. The fact that you picked this Lance, you got all the options in the world to counter, and you're sitting here 0-4 on this Sylas, not having an enjoyable time, as the rest of UNCC is going to take the second Herald of the game, go ahead into the hands of High Nicky. You got to think, well, where do we want to drop Shelly this time around? We have Dragon spawning in just under a minute. Let's go ahead, grab this pressure in mid lane, pressure bottom lane as well, get Okami into a place where he's not comfortable challenging us in the jungle, and then pressure our vision line forward. There's a lot of vision defensively ready for Delaware, but it's starting to expire here down in this river. So there's a lot of time for this quick reset for UNCC to then advance into this river and prepare for this dragon, and then maybe drop Shelly as a diversion in bottom or mid.
Yeah, the amount of momentum they have it is beautiful for UNCC. As he said, looking at the mid lane, you know, tower health is low. We still have 10 seconds before the Drake does spawn. And this might be Delaware's in right here. They do have a little bit of time to at least establish some vision, get priority on the Drake before UNCC gets there. And this is going to result in a gank push, but it's not going the way that Delaware were wanting, actually. Or is it? The Chrono Break comes out. Trying to run away is going to be Nicky, but in a bad spot is Manure. He's going on the 1v1 with Dayuni. Dayuni trying to take him down. Out comes the Chrono ship, now snared up. A shutdown coming through. Okami trying to be the carry here. Now Delaware are starting to find kills. They're looking for kill number 3. Kill number 4. UNCC are chased right out of the Dragon area. It's going to be Delaware's map.
And the power of Dayuni and Cage on this Yuumi Xin Zhao combo does absolute wonders, surviving for so long with the Gore Drinker heals and the catches onto both Jungle Jim and Nicky. Not to mention the fact that they just spread all of University of North Carolina, Charlotte, just absolutely apart in that jungle, just doing exactly what their composition needed in having a skirmish-focused fight, having everyone isolated, is the perfect dream for University of Delaware, grabbing that dragon as well on top of that and getting enough damage to sort of chip away at this turret, but not able to get it yet. They will get their first brick in this bottom lane thanks to Okami. See if the rest of the team can sort of reiterate the successes that had just transpired just moments ago, because as I mentioned, great fight, perfect situation of what they wanted, where Dayuni can just sort of sit on his own with Yumi on top of him and just sustain tank his way to victory against these skirmishers. But then again, I'm not sure if UNCC is going to really allow that. They're licking their wounds, they're going and trying to address these side lanes once again. But for me, I feel like their lane assignments aren't really the best at the moment. I want this Poppy on around in this mid lane, being that front line to scare away any kind of engagement that University of Delaware is going to be looking for, now that their egos are a little bit pepped up because of that dragon fight victory. So move this Poppy downwind, get a 4-man split push in the mid lane, and then have this Echo on the side lane. Do that 4-1 style, where Echo can constantly farm, harass at ease, and then be able to quickly reassess onto the map and look for those flank engagements to start off those team fights. I'm not really a big fan of this dive on this Gnar because of how beefy he is and how quickly this Gnar can sort of just pop out. But if you're just scrambling for ideas, I'm not too sure if really this is the right call.
Zillion Echo combo underneath the tower. I mean, sure, you have lots of resources to survive. You have 2 ults that defy death, but still a lot of health you need to get.
Yeah, you don't have that execute capability just yet. Sure, you have the Lich Bane on High Nikki's Echo, but don't have the capability to really tear through very beefy champions as is. And this gives the University of Delaware a little bit of time to reassess the situation. And they're playing the 1-3-1 properly. And this was that whole other question of how these teams are going to be performing this mid-game. And it is really University of Delaware who has the upper hand on this at the moment. But, you know, Silas instead of Gnar, much better target for this Echo and Zillion to try and bully. Here comes Nautilus, thinking you can find the catch. This might just be death, but this might just be a side lane breaking open for UNCC.
Looks for the hook, not going to be able to find it, but it doesn't matter. The tower going down, more gold going over the way of UNCC.
Oh.
And, ooh, interesting path coming here. Looking for the Xin Zhao is going to be Cream Soda, finds the hook. The zap goes wide, but the traps are there, unable to land the traps as well, but it doesn't matter. The barrage of attacks walking into the wrong spot. Delaware losing their jungler now. UNCC able to get that momentum back.
And where are they going to be going with this nice advantage? A wonderful catch. It's like they're going to be going Baron. This is a very hasty Baron, but they've got the Jinx to do a lot of chip damage against this objective. There's 4 members, and they did it in a very obvious and visual way. So University of Delaware can challenge, they can look to try and poke in. They've got a lot of tools to do just that, and UNCC, this might just be something that is not the greatest call. We're going to call it off for now. They understood this was not the situation that we wanted. We'll go ahead, recall, and allow Delaware to push their vision line a little bit forward. Bit of an error, bit of a slip up there on UNCC, but one slip up after another just keeps this game, once again, fairly even. The next thing for me on my list, if I'm looking for UNCC, is some heal cut. And I already see a Bramble Vest and a bit of heal cut as well to prepare for Merlonomicons on Jungle Gym. I want some on High Nikki as well. There we go. Perfect. He's already building for it because that's what they need to do to deal against the Xin Zhao. The 1-3-1 that University of Delaware was executing was very well done. They were able to sort of stall out some of that side lane pressure. They weren't looking for those picks just yet in that mid lane. And when they use the Hex Gate, oh no, I just get caught again. This is where these catches. Oh dear.
Oh, this is going to be disastrous right now. Getting caught out, uses the Crescent Guard, tries to buy time, 3-talent strike, able to back out and flash in time. He's alive, and the resources were expended on the side of UNCC. They're going to lose their support in the process. Now looking to jump in, is going to be die for kills. Can't get onto the Poppy just yet. The bombs are going backwards. It's going to create some zone control that can buy UNCC some time to try and recover from this mistake. But hot on the tail is going to be Dayuni, chooses to back off instead. They got the kill. Now they just want the Drake. Delaware Gonna start the pull there, but UNCC are not done just yet. Waiting on the wings is going to be Jungle Jim. Dragon goes down, going over to Delaware. Meganar is there, so they're looking for the engage. Delaware want to find it right here, right now. Going for the Jinx, able to flash away, slammed into the wall. It's going to be a triple slam coming out, and now looking for more is going to be Delaware. Going wide with the rock. They've taken down 3 so far. They're going to make it 4. Delaware able to catch UNCC and put them down.
And Okami, once again on this Gnar, playing a fantastic job, getting just the right hits. And with the flash and a Mega Gnar hit with the 3-man slam, as you had called, you're going to be able to win this pressure. And they're pinging for the Baron. This time, there's not a lot of respawn timers to try and answer this. And they have at least some tank killing pressure to burn down this Baron. With the Xin Zhao, the Gnar, and the Ezreal, they've got just the recipe for success to quickly take this objective, create a Baron power play for themselves. Look to reset onto this map, but here comes a teleport coming in from around. He's going to see if he can try and stall the rest of the team, but this Baron is already gone.
He's got to be careful. He doesn't want his life to be gone either. Gonna pop the ult, just popping on Diuni, and the recalls coming out from Delaware. I want to point out a good amount of those kills went over to the Ezreal. I believe he was able to pick up 2 of those, and you're starting to see what that poke damage can do with those Mystic shots as we head into the mid game and later into this really start adding up. As an attempted engage here on the top side, looking to grab around, no one there to defend him, so it's going to be easy. Diuni grabbing that.
Oh yeah, around stayed way too long in that top side. You know the opponent has Baron, and why are you even up there? Why are you past the river line when your enemy has Baron power play? That was just very disrespectful from around, and he gets punished for it. And it kind of reminds me of how University of Delaware is trying to find those 1v1s, trying to fight those fights, and try and find catches to really get this skirmishing comp going. And it was 2 times that Diuni was taking a very greedy route and got caught and paid the price. But thankfully, due to Okami and Ezreal, who were able to get a couple picks and get a couple kills, they're able to keep this game going. But here's another pick, another catch that might just turn the tides once again.
Watch where you are, but the Crescent Guard does a lot of work here. It's hard to get into the attack range. Then Zhao and Die for kills is going to be able to punish. Gets 1 kill onto UNCC. There is the Chrono Shift, but in a bad spot is going to be Nikki. A double kill going over to Die for kills as the boulder's going to land. The boomerang's going to follow, and Elite Okami is going to find another kill. Manura goes down, and only a round and Jungle Gym are left to defend.
Yeah, and a round's up in top lane, not having to deal with anything right now. He's just letting this mid lane get pushed in. He's recalling now, but it may be too late. Here comes Gnar and the rest of University of Delaware to try and punish this game of maximum. They're looking for end here. The respawn timers are long enough to try and challenge.
Cream Soda going to be back up. 3 members strong is going to be UNCC, but now attacking the Nexus towers. Here comes the ultimate, only going to land onto 1. The punt going on to Die for kills, but falling is going to be UNCC. Another shot comes in. It's going to be the one that takes down a round, and with 2 more down, you're still waiting for the death timer on Manure, but there's no time left for the death timer on the Nexus. 1 more auto goes through. Game number 1 going Delaware's way.
After a long-deserved wait for this Game 1, University of Delaware is able to pick out the win and pick up this first W in this best-of-3 series against UNC Charlotte. And to be honest, it was definitely a game that it felt out of control for a little while for Charlotte. Yes, you had Okami doing a phenomenal job on the Nart in the mid lane against the Zillion, but side lanes were falling apart. The Ezreal Yumi were getting caught out constantly pre-6. We had Silas go 0-4, not having a great time in his own side lane. But then it was just, it felt as if when you hit these mid-game speed bumps where a lot of these teams do start to struggle, where it's trying to get out of that laning phase mindset and into the win condition of the overarching composition that you needed, that is where the constant picks, the constant catches that Okami and the rest of Delaware were able to find started to swing back that lead that UNC Charlotte that had accrued, and just the disrespect that had come in with around being on the top side for so long, and then additionally the additional catches that had been happening in the mid lane does wonders for Delaware, and they're able to get back into the game and grab themselves this victory.
Yeah. And it was a really smart macro play as well. You know, when we saw the tide start to turn, it was Delaware taking the reset earlier to get priority on the Drake, and UNCC just walking into that one. UNCC was in the driver's seat at that point. You know, you got to watch for those reset timings. You know, getting vision over there, getting control over there was something that gave Delaware such great success.
Oh yeah, you called it out correct in this one. That
Mhm.
the calls around preparation for those dragon objective fights was all in University of Delaware's favors, and those were those overturning fights that took those small little leads that they were accruing up with some of those picks, and then blew the game wide open. And of course, that Baron power play to finish all off. But that is just game one, and it's a best of three
It's
series,
game one,
Desiree.
yeah.
So we've got potentially one, if not two, more games to go.
Yeah, we'll see if we have a series or not. UNCC versus Delaware. We are going to throw it to a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague and the matchup of Delaware versus UNCC. And a great game one coming out for Delaware, able to swing it back after UNCC had the momentum in the early.
Yeah, of course, and being able to keep their heads down, keep focused, and being able to, as you said, after a little bit of an early game struggle, with the help of Elite Okami, they're able to wrangle themselves back into a lead, and with a phenomenal Baron power play, they quickly ended the game after that. But there were a lot of lessons learned in that game, and I'm curious on how these two teams are going to be able to take on the second game of this best of three series.
As we get ready for that second game, we want to give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors, and that is going to be Medify. Now, Medify is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best in the world. Medify grants players one-on-one coaching sessions in private with elite coaches across a variety of games, including League of Legends. It also features a powerful replay tool allowing you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. Choose from the top League of Legends coaches in your I was gonna say in your area. That would have been a silly one right there. Choose
Oh,
the top
ooh.
League of Legends coaches and book your first session in less than 3 minutes. With Medify, you can book your sessions and chat instantly with your coaches in real time, or upload past gameplay and get expert level analysis from top players. Medify also provides custom support for collegiate programs. So if you're an esports event organizer at the collegiate level, be sure to reach out and see how they can help your team with one-on-one coaching, team coaching, and competitive analysis. So a thank you to Medify as we start getting ready for this matchup. Cole, Delaware, UNCC, Charlotte. Are we are we expecting anything to have a massive shakeup after that game number one?
Well, potentially, I feel like that NAR is a pretty scary pick for the University of Delaware, and
Yeah.
if they get it again, maybe another inkling of concern here for the side of UNC Charlotte. But as we have to adapt a little bit of our gameplay changes and then sort of our flow here on the show, as we had to counter some of those technical errors, we were not able to really view the entirety of the draft, but we were able to get a little bit of a snapshot. And as you can see, UNC Charlotte, University of Delaware, you've got a potential Janna in Jin in that bottom lane. I was a little excited when I first saw the Jin. I was like, oh, is this a Janna top lane? Is this going to be some hype? But no, it's just a Janna support with that Akali and Gnar in those solo lanes for the University of Delaware with the Hecarim running in the jungle, where UNC Charlotte, they have that Lee Sin and Diana, which I'll be curious to see which one is going to be piloted in that solo lane, with Karma also being in there as well. Now, the Karma I can see actually being in top lane with the Smite and being sort of that proactive roamer, trying to get away from that lane as much as possible and being more of a team effort with that jungler. The question is, where is that jungler going to be in that Diana or Lee Sin? I think it would be more in that Lee Sin area, and Diana will be running to the mid lane just because it's a little bit easier for that Diana to lane efficiently and trade efficiently. But we'll have to see what UNC Charlotte had decided to cook up with this very close ranged but very hyper aggressive team fighting competition against Delaware.
Yeah, UNC Charlotte's composition kind of scares me because it does feel like somewhat feast or famine on that aspect. You are going to be going for
Yes.
tower dives. You are going. UNCC has already showed that they're not one to shy away from that type of gameplay. So
Yep.
it's a pretty terrifying comp to see if it can be executed right. But if it's not, it's also one that can just fall off hard somewhere in the
Yeah.
mid game.
And going into this second game of the best of three series with a composition like that, where you had just had a game where you were able to accrue some leads in your side lanes, but eventually fell off because you didn't have your mid game win conditions locked down and weren't mentally prepared for that conversion, is a very, very double down factor for the side of UNC Charlotte. But they will be going up again on the blue side, but no level 1 shenanigans here, just a regular 5-point spread for both of these teams, playing defensively, playing safe. But maybe I spoke too soon, as around on that Karma is going to be throwing a couple keys back and forth against Cage.
So this is going to be the Lee Sin in the mid lane. Diana in the jungle. Hi, Nikki will be playing that one. Nikki had a really good performance on the Echo, so
True.
a very similar playstyle. You know, you are doing that mage jungler. It can get a lot of aggression in. You can go for those deep dives on the Diana. Should be followed up quite well if you're able to free up this mid lane in the Lee Sin. It could be just a death squad of tower divers.
Very, very true. And I'd be very careful with when those tower divers get online and going. Make sure you have some of those defensive words at the ready, or at least the sense of communication, always pinging out when your laner is missing. And with Gnar once again on Okami in this mid lane, against the Karma, I feel like it's going to be a rinse and repeat of what had just happened. Sure, you have Jungle Jim, who, as a matter of fact, is going to be piloting that top lane Lee Sin and not Diana. It's going to be Diana in the jungle instead. So we'll be seeing how that pathing is going to be going for High Nikki in that regard. But back to the matter at hand, on around going into this mid lane. This time around with a different player, maybe that might just be a little bit more neutral because Around is that superstar player on the side of UNCC, so he might be able to sort of neutralize Okami on this Gnar a little bit better. But the other lane that we need to be worried about, of course, is this bottom side of the map for UNCC. That's a very volatile lane, but you said extremely high risk, extremely high reward, and that's all that UNCC is screaming at right now.
If you can get a lot of attention to that bot lane, Ophelio scales incredibly well and be a good tool for the late game for UNCC. But, you can't think about the late game too early when you have that mid game that fell apart in game number 1 that you are looking to recover from. What amount of pressure coming out from the Jhin and Janna combo as they're able to get some solid priority in the bot lane.
Sure, get some extra pressure as well. And of course, how obnoxious Janna is. None of the Janna nerfs have come in just yet. They're still trying to feel out what really can force her out of that Janna Smite top lane and keep her as a support here. So this is a very, very oppressive lane in that bottom side of the map for University of Delaware to get a lot of advantage off of. Let's see if they can get some additional pressure on this dragon as well. I'd be looking at this dragon for sure because looking at Okami, he's already taking the fight to Around.
Round is kind of falling for this again, getting too close during the Mega Gnar, going for the dive, but the shield comes in. The Ignite will not tick Around to death, so he will survive. He will not get shades of that game number 1.
But for me, I feel like Around neutralizes that lane fairly well. Sure, he does get forced out of lane and has to recall, but Okami is fairly low as well. Did take a turret shot to the back, but also used both Flash and Ignite. So that is a summonerless mid lane there for UNCC to try and exploit. But do you have the lockdown to deal with it? Will Okami play a little bit safer knowing that that summoner spell is gone, while the rest of the team is trying to win pressure elsewhere on the map? Diver kills on that top lane, also doing a phenomenal job on this Akali against Lee Sin. Lee Sin, quote unquote, kind of a counter against Akali because you can just slam your palm on the ground and get some vision when she drops the smoke bomb and gets that cloud going. Being up on CS, being up on lane pressure, that counter is not as great.
Uni going to start stalking this mid lane. Okami does not have the Mega Gnar form, so just going to go raw with this gank as jumping in, able to bounce off the head. A couple more shots in, but it burns the flash, and it's a good resource to have down. Nikki showing up in the mid lane, going for the counter gank onto Okami, who gets punished. First blood goes the way of Nikki, bringing that damage into the mid lane.
And that's exactly what we were wanting for UNCC. You had the summoner spell advantage. You looked for the greed of Okami, and Okami gives it right to you with High Nikki coming in to secure that kill for the first blood. Very wonderful job, but Diver kills. He doesn't have the teleport ignite situation. He has teleport flash, so he can't really get that kill secure on Jungle Jim just yet. Playing very safe between those two, but really going blow for blow nonetheless. Make sure that they can always be available to catch those side waves if needed. There's now a Dayuni on the bottom side of the map with Dragon now spawned. I would actually look for a pretty early Dragon here if I was the side of University of Delaware. Sure, you messed up on that fumble in the mid lane. You gave over first blood over to High Nikki. But you have a pretty quick clear with this Hecarim. Can quickly reset now, clear his top quadrant, and then have Jhin and Cage reset on this Janna Jhin combo and be able to get this Mountain Dragon under pressure. Speaking of pressure, Die for Kills forcing Jungle Jim to go ahead and hit that recall button a little bit earlier so he doesn't get that time to cash in on that.
Oh, this is so painful. He does have the teleport available, so, getting back to lane, sure. It's just, look at the CS difference. Like, you don't want an Akali getting into the state where she can control the lane, because when it comes to the mid game, she's going to control the map.
Yeah, but Nikki was able to sneak away those chickens from under Dayuni's nose, which means that they know that Diana is on the top side of the map here. So hitting those Krugs, and at this moment, I want that hard push here from Jhin and Jhin. Push out now. We've got some traps laid out, yes, but if you take the fight now, it might be a little bit of trouble.
Going for the engage, able to get the stun onto Siege. Siege tries to flash away, but gets taken down. Good engage coming out of Cream Soda.
Yeah, and prioritizing Siege on that target acquisition, the dueling capability that the Alistar and Aphelios are able to acquire is spectacular, but that might just be the forced recall that is needed for University of Delaware to remind themselves that they need to play the map more than they need to play the lanes here. There's a lot of counter picks here for UNCC to try and give them pressure in these lanes. Sure, the counter in the top side isn't that spectacular and has very much struggling now at a 26 to 54 CS differential.
Yeah.
That's a full kill now at this point, and Diver Kills hasn't recalled yet. So you're sitting on a solid, I'd have to say, maybe 1,800, 2,000 gold here for Diver Kills as a poly. That's pretty much like, that's a Leeching Seer, that's components for your Mythic, that's boots, that's
Wow.
pressure, and with all of that pressure on the top side of the map, why not see if you can alleviate some of it on this bottom lane as well? Look if you can get to this objective. And they're looking at a round who doesn't have any summoner spells at the moment, so this actually might be the recipe for
It's
disaster.
going to be nasty right here, but unable to land the Tornado, still going for the engage. Not level 6, so no Onslaught of Shadows to follow up. Now here comes the counter engage from UNCC, able to get the headbutt pulverize onto Siege. Punish him once again. Another auto to come in. It's going to be High Nikki diving in to take down Siege. Another counter engage coming through. Successful for UNCC.
Yep, being able to acquire that one, no problem, and acquire the Dragon Pressure as well with the roam, including Soda and Munir. And it looks like Delaware is just really scrambling for a sense of control this game. And once again, too, UNCC performed a lot better in this laning phase in the game 1. Their second game, ooh, that was pretty close for that fourth shot Shin. They allowed that window to happen, but he didn't have the timing full on lock to calculate for that damage. But as it was, game 1, yeah, UNCC had a phenomenal early game, but it was side lanes like this where we just saw Diving for Kills get this solo kill. We just sort of saw the tail end of it with this Akali and start to get out of control. And to be honest, this itemization that Diving for Kills went for, very, very greedy, just focusing all on AP. No sustain whatsoever, just hard damage to burst out this Lee Sin.
And so successful so far. Strong CS lead over on that top side, getting that 1v1 quite easily. Has been zoning him out time and time again. And this is so brutal for Lee Sin to fall this behind when your kit is so strong in the mid game. For kills, it's just popping off. And now popping into the jungle is going to be Dayuni, looking to go after High Nikki. High Nikki looking to survive this one, flashes over the wall. We'll be fine. Die for kills, providing some backup. Around, starting to walk into this side of the jungle, and now the re-engage coming out from UNCC. Dragon's Rage into the wall. Die for kills gets low. High Nikki grabs the kill there. Onslaught of Shadows goes off, but it's going to be to his death as Jungle Jim, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike grabs another.
And a wonderful catch from the members of UNCC, punishing Dayuni, very much overextending in that jungle to try and get some additional camps away. No real necessary, really no necessary call to actually try and assist him when you know that all of the members of UNCC are just going to come collapse on that Hecarim. He's pretty much left to his own devices to try and get out of there. But because they tried to have a Saving Private Ryan situation, you lose some of that advantage in the top side of the map. Ollie dropping that kill. Also, looking to go Shadow Flame first, it looks like, on this Akali. That is something I have not yet seen before. Has all the components for it. Because I guess it's to focus on that one shield, the Iron Will that Jungle Jim will have on that Lee Sin. Just immediately break that shield and increase the lethality that you have on this top side of the map. But, you know, it also works against the Karma. It works against the Diana. There's a lot of things that Shadow Flame works for, but going that item first and skipping your Mythic, that's where I'm having a little bit of a problem for myself.
Seems a little bit of overconfidence, at least, going into that item. We'll see how it plays out in the grand scheme of things. So far, so good for Die for Kills over on this top side. Now, roaming around is going to be Dayuni, starting to set his attention towards the mid lane. Every time I see that Meganar bar get popped, I always get worried for a round because we've seen him get bullied one too many times here, and Dayuni is going to play around that Meganar. You can see Okami really wants to go in right now. He's dying for the engage. Throws out the boulder, but unable to find it. A little bit too telegraphed right there.
Yeah, throwing out the boulder in frustration, of course, as well. Not being able to play ball with this mid lane. And this is where we were a little concerned or curious about how this mid lane was going to go. The lane swap for a round going into the mid lane, playing Karma, who is fairly similar to Zillion in the sense of trying to just sort of neutralize the lane out and constantly fight for that pressure and that priority. being able to actually win out on that and being 0 and 4, giving a lot of those kills over to Diana, who needs that acceleration, is working wonders for them. Sure, that's 2,000 gold difference, just under that 2,000 gold difference. It's all a matter of how you actually use that gold lead and how you use that pressure lead as well, because sure, they've been able to get these kills, but a lot of it has been almost reactive to what University of Delaware has been looking for.
Yeah, it's been counter engage after counter engage. Let's see if we get another one, this time out of Delaware's pocket. Dayuni starting to head down here, seeing that Nikki attempting the gank in the bot lane. Just going to trigger the traps for the time being. Nikki's still staying down here, and Dayuni's in the area, but it's only to put down Herald.
Herald just agreed for an additional 320 gold. Let's make sure that you get that.
Ooh.
But oh, this might be at the cost of the life of one of your teammates.
Almost a good timing on that knockup. Gonna have the ult pop as Nikki goes in. Able to get 3 men into that one. Still swinging away as Cream Soda will fall in the process. Dayuni getting the better of this one. Swinging. There's the Deadly Flourish. There is the root, and there is a dead Nikki. A shutdown going the way of Dayuni.
Oh my lord. That is just not what you wanted here for UNCC if you wanted to keep your lead. Sure, I understand a little bit of what that Rift Herald play was about, of just quickly getting some gold immediately into this Diana to very much accelerate into a good position. But then Cream Soda staying too long, getting caught out while the rest of the team has reset, and then Nikki comes in to think that you can try and save the day. Definitely not the play there, and they cost it dearly with the gold now going even with that shutdown gold. Oh, he's fighting the top lane!
Oh, waiting for it. If he could just safeguard to a ward, I believe his safeguard's on cooldown. Oh, he's not going to get it. You're just waiting. Just waiting. That would have been the execution there, but just out of range, Die for Kill is going to live.
Yeah, and that would have been such a disrespectful play from the top laner of University of Delaware. Die for Kills could have actually, you know, been his namesake on that. No, with this dragon now spawned, priority is once again in UNCC's favor, and that's a little bit of a change from what we had seen in the previous best of three, previous game in this best of three. Is that University of Delaware had a lot of that dragon pressure. This seems to be the lesson they have learned. Let's get these dragons under control. Let's get this scaling option off the board. Let's see what soul we get. It is an Inferno soul. That's going to work wonders for this team that requires a little bit more damage to have that output later in the game. Hi, Nikki. Ooh, getting caught with taking that blue buff.
Ooh, a nice layer of CC. Here comes the final bullet of the curtain call. It's going to get blocked by a round, and now it's going to be Okami in a bad situation. Cream Soda trying to play tank here, running all that crowd control to set up manure to get that kill onto Okami. Now be able to back off as UNCC are now getting re-engaged on Dayuni. Looking to jump in, goes after Cream Soda, but that is the support, and that is the tank on top of that. The damage is now in your face. Nikki taking down Dayuni. UNCC will be able to walk out with 2 down on the side of Delaware.
The utility that around Karma has been able to punch out is immense. 6 assists and 7 kills on the board. This shows you how much Around has been participating with the rest of his team. Now much time and space that UNCC's composition has been able to buy themselves for their carries, for Nikki to survive long enough to dish out some more damage, as well as Munir, who on this Aphelios has been able to get 2 kills for himself. It's going to cash in on that mythic item here on this recall. It's going to become a very, very deadly Aphelios once he gets a little bit more gold under his pockets. He does go for his mythic here on that cash in with the Gale Force. Doesn't get the turret gold, it looks like. Oh yeah, the final caster mean actually able to secure that first brick. So that's some additional gold going over globally.
Just barely, yeah. A little bit of luck right there. So, first brick going down, UNCC getting good cash in over on that bot side. Delaware are going to be the ones to start making some moves to try and establish some map control.
Yep.
It's a little bit too late here, given that the dragon's already gone. It's not going to be the best place to try and find a line of sight to catch UCC making a slip up. What you want to really watch is over going to be on that top side. Rift Herald spawning very soon.
Exactly. You need to get some vision control on this Rift Herald. And with Jin and Jaina in the mid lane, you know, you can kind of win that over. Excuse me. As Aphelios is still in the bottom side of the map, there's not a lot of damage to try and challenge this Rift Herald. The only other question for me right now is, does this Shadow Flame first Akali actually just immediately kill Jungle Gym on these side lanes and win pressure for you? Because that's the gamble and the risk that they made for in going for this build itemization with Havoc. So, to that end, It's UNCC who's in the driver's seat, has all the vision control, is looking to actually pressure dive for kills on this top side of the map, while bottom lane, it's University of Delaware looking to dive and make a kill onto Munir, which, you know, might be successful, but it looks like he gets out scot-free.
Ooh, ultimate goes off. Akami gets low, but Meganar Bar will buy him a little bit more time if he could pop a skill. Unable to get it. The Gnar is down. Now an engage going off in the mid lane. Cream Soda will get the knockup onto Siege. Trying to find more on the Siege as the flash comes out, but Nikki is there. There is the Moonfall. There is the kill. Zos coming in a little bit too late as Die for Kill shows up in the mid lane off a teleport, but instantly backing off once. None of that. It's been far too late to join this fight. The rest of UNCC joining up in the mid lane.
They're able to get out, but oh my goodness, University of Delaware trying to constantly hunt for kills, and they're never finding them. It's always UNCC coming in at the right time to get those counter ganks, get those pressure off of their members of Munir and around it, and then being able to get some advantages. Though there is a little bit of a drawback on all of that. Yes, you're 9 kills up. Yes, you have 2,000 gold in favor of your team, and you have a 5 and 1 Diana. But because those kills are all reactive from what University of Delaware is pushing out, it doesn't give you a big window to find your own leads and find consequences after those kills have come through. So that is the little glimmer of hope that University of Delaware is working with, of saying, all right, well, we're still looking for that pressure. We're still trying to make these plays happen. Kudos to that. But you need to finish out these kills. You need to find something that is a little bit more full effective playing to your team's strength. And when you're playing with a Gnar and a Hecarim trying to dive this Aphelios, it sounds wonderful, but when he's able to just flash, heal out, Gale Force out, and you have no tools left, you can't make any more plays on the map. And now we're looking at this dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Vision is sort of jumbled around here for both of these teams. We have to look at how these two teams are actually going to interact before this dragon even spawns.
All right, here we go. Fight going to break out, looking to take down Siege. Siege caught out by his lonesome. Easy kill picked up for UNCC. Delaware kind of fumbling right here. It's going to be a long time before you get that Mega Gnar, and the dragon is spawning right now, so UNCC are exactly where they want to be. They got control of the river. Dragon is up, and now they're baiting for more. Jungle Gym lands a Sonic Wave. If he's willing to follow up for more. Not going to take it. Akami building up the Gnar bar. Now diving in is going to be dive for kills. Out comes the Deadly Flourish. Jungle Gym tries to run away. Out comes the Dragon's Rage as the curtain calls. It's another shot coming in. 2 down so far as Delaware are trying to make it happen again. The Mega Gnar ultimate from Okami is beautiful. He gets the shutdown, and UNCC crumble.
And it's just one team fight that starts off with Die for Kills just immediately sprinting at Munir, who is out of position to look for those kills. He gets it, getting himself into a position where it forces UNCC to fight, and this hasty engagement where Charlotte was not ready for Delaware's aggression gives University of Delaware that window to fight within the chaos where they have been thriving throughout this entire series. They're able to get not just one turret, but a dragon and a potential second turret here in this bottom lane. I'm gonna call it off for now, able to chip away, and a good call too, because Rift Herald is going to decay, Baron's going to be up. They're not gonna have the time to get multiple objectives off the board to really accelerate this game, but just enough to make it even. Yes, they've got a 1,000k gold lead. There's still a hill to climb for them to really get control back into this game.
But we did see in game number 1, they were able to climb that hill. They were able to get back in, and we're seeing shades of that in the mid game of this game number 2. A great comeback so far from Delaware. As you said, there's a lot they need to work through, but taking the reset right now, it's going to be UNCC who get a little bit of the front foot here. You can see that deep vision being established by Cream Soda, doing it Baron side 20 minutes into this. Already is on the map. It's going to be a pretty hard thing to contest, though. Going to be a hard thing to challenge and set up when contesting Delaware.
Yeah, and this mid game is very difficult for both of these teams in their own rights, because the cut and dried capable, like, sort of readability of how these compositions want to play isn't really there. It's very much more diluted and sort of in fluid lines in its own way. Like, you want the pick composition of this of this Jhin and this Akali to really make waves and start finding things on side lanes and sort of winning that mid lane pressure over as well. And you have the Gnar and the Akali to do sort of just that in those side lanes, but you want a team fight with this Hecarim. You want to be able to crush in on this mid lane, and it's a lot of clearing out waves very, very quickly, getting control of those jungle quadrants to sort of pincer and sort of corral the rest of UNCC into the fight, and that is where it gets very complex. It was very difficult for University of Delaware to sort of get that online in the last game. After a couple picks, they were able to get control of it, but on the other side of the court in UNCC, they're sort of in the same way. They want to create this team fight once again like they had in game 1, but they need to group up, ignore that the silent pressure afflictions coming in from Dive for Kills and Okami are happening. Just group up as a ball, look for those engagements, get on top of this Jin and Janna, and just blow them up with the massive amount of damage that Munir and Nikki are going to be able to provide in these fights, and then brute force your way through mid lane. It's the shortest lane in the game. Let's find these kills.
Looking for an engage onto Dayuni, who's going to use the Onslaught of Shadows to be able to get away. High Nikki trying to follow. The Luna Rush goes through, but Siege is too fast. That Janna movement speed working wonders right there. The bot lane stalking is going to be Die for Kills. Looking for Jungle Gym. He's had a fun time with him when it's in the 1v1 over in the top side. Now going to take that to the bottom lane. Jungle Gym so suspicious. You can tell he doesn't want any of this.
You know that he thinks this Akali is in there, and he is playing very, very safe. Mad respect for this. Like, he knows he's on weak side. He knows he needs to not pressure anything else. He needs to just play it safe. Don't need to give any kills over. No reason to give any kill over.
He's an ADC now, right?
For a couple oh yeah. He's Zeri because he's using his Q to farm, so he's totally fine in that regard. Ooh, jeez, the amount of Trin traps here. Very well defensive setup, so in case anyone tries to dive in on you. But, you know, that's kind of what's needed to be done here for UNCC. Though both these teams look like they're going to be waiting out this objective timer. A minute until this Infernal Dragon spawns once again. It would be that third Dragon Soul for UNCC, or the second one for University of Delaware. So just pressuring out, playing it slow, safe, not trying to give over any of those kills here for UNCC. Maybe cash in on a couple items as well. Like you can see, most of these players here have achieved 2 items. Only one that's really missing out on that is the supports, and then Jungle Jim on this Lee Sin, who's really been having a world of a painful time, being 60 CS down and being 2 for 2 on this Lee Sin. So he might be able to get some vision won over for his team on the bottom side of the map. Dragon is in 30 seconds now, Desterix. A lot of this vision and forward advance is in University of Delaware's favor, but Ekrim might have been caught out a little bit too early.
Yeah, that's the playbook that they did in game number 1. They're looking to make it happen again, and so far successful as they catch around. High Nikki looking to walk away, will be able to get the dash in time, but there's a double knockup coming out of Cream Soda, only used defensively as he gets knocked up by the Tornado. Now Die for Kills. We'll be able to take him down. There comes the Moonfall. It's landing onto a bunch, but it's only trying to stop this from being a complete disaster for UNCC because Delaware are demolishing them.
And a wonderful catch there from Dayuni, baiting the engagement and forcing them all into the kill box of Jin. And then with the flanks coming in from both Okami and Dive for Kills, able to secure that additional pressure and win this fight over in a spectacular fashion, and getting the kill and the pick onto the right target as well, around the one falling. The one who provides all of that utility for UNCC is the first to fall, so they are left to scramble away with little to nothing for themselves. It's actually going to be a Baron call here at 24.5 minutes in from University of Delaware. This is a very slow Baron, Desert. Sure, you've got Akali, but it's a Jin, it's a Gnar. They don't have that massive 10 killing damage, but they've got enough from the Hecarim and Akali as well to really try and burn this one through. See if they can get out in time.
No Nikki, so instead they're just going to take the recall. Don't want to challenge it there. When you grouped up that much, Cream Soda is just looking for that one headbutt pulverize that's going to catch all 5, and it's that much easier when you're grouped up in a Baron pit. Recall coming out for Delaware as UNCC are going to set up in the mid.
And I'm not a big fan of these Delaware Baron calls just yet. Like, every single time they've gone for it, they've had a little bit of a slower advance on securing it, and then it's almost broad daylight these Barons. They just walk straight through vision and just say, we're doing Baron, whether you like it or not, try and stop us. And most of the time, well, they got stopped. This is the second one this series that they've just walked straight over to and been pushed away because they've risked a little bit too much when it comes to trying to secure that objective. They're in no need to hurry here. They've got that 2k gold lead. They've got a lot of items on Dive for Kills as Akali, who's playing phenomenally. Also in that backseat, sort of the second man MVP here is Jin, 3-0 at the moment, and is really creating so much pressure in creating a good pick and kill style for University of Delaware.
Tower going to go down in the bot lane. Die for kills will pick up that as he continues being that side lane menace. 215 CS to 148 of Jungle Gym. He is really stacking up at this point. Not to mention the KDA. There's not
Yeah,
anyone who can really challenge him when it comes to the side lanes.
definitely not. And this is such a wacky world of build itemizations at the moment. Shadowflame first, Mauve Malmorty is second on Jungle Gym's Lee Sin. These are some items I have seen in very different situations, and they felt alright. But that mod does not feel good here. You're dealing with one magic damage user on the side of University of Delaware. Sterix Gauge sounds like just the better option here, just for that extra beefiness. You still get the shield, and you get to last a little bit longer in the fight because of it. That mob is very, very greedy, expecting that he's going to just be side laning his Kali forever. And to that end, Die for kills looks like he's almost about to cash in on this Rabadon's death cap too. Has two needlessly large rods, is doing phenomenally in the economy department there. Is probably really the big difference. Like, it's a 3k difference, and I feel like the majority of that gold is actually in Die for kills. So to that, you can actually argue UNCC does have a chance as long as Die for kills is not in a fight. And this again, reiterating, you are a team fight composition. Group up. Be that death ball and just punch your way through this mid lane. Start these fights instead of getting caught out like this.
Oh, here comes the catch onto Cream Soda, who's going to pop the ultimate, buys some time. Nikki looking to come in on the flank, waiting for the Lunar Rush, not willing to pull the trigger there because Meganar is coming up soon. Dayuni jumps in, pushes Nikki back, Moonfall onto 3, gets a good chunk of damage, but far too low. Jin's going to be able to take him down. Curtain Call opens up, lands on the mark. Here comes the fourth shot, a triple kill coming out from Jin. Beautiful on the back end.
And it's just another wonderful catch here from University of Delaware, getting that kill onto Cream Soda, who's just trying to hunt for vision, and then the flank from Die for Kills just blowing up the back line to be within kill shot range of Jin. And he's able to jump that KDA up to 6-0. A phenomenal game and phenomenal performance here from Delaware. This time they can take this Baron without any sign of congestion, even if there is two members on the board and they are low health. This is their Baron power play for themselves, and if it's anything like the last game, this Baron power play is the final nail in the coffin.
UNCC, they have not been a proactive team. They've been really reactive all game, and this is allowing Delaware to set up trap after trap after trap. It hasn't worked for a while, but finally they found exactly what they need. Slipping in at the wrong time, UNCC are now on the back foot, devastatingly looking at this lead right now. 29 minutes into this. This is hard to come back from. Got to hold that thought because now Die for Kills in a rough spot as he tries to get some opening. UNCC are getting run through. Here comes Okami throwing in the boomerangs, finds a double kill. Manor has no one to defend him. It is an ace for Delaware. It is the game going to Delaware.
And all they need to do is parade themselves down this mid lane with pride, and University of Delaware once again comes back in a game that they looked almost out of in that early performance. In the first few minutes, UNCC had their number, but it's Delaware once again. Die for Kills and Okami finding just the right fights at the right time to make this one a 2-0.
A great performance coming out of Delaware, showing that they are pretty much the comeback kids, fighting off the back foot 2 games in a row, able to take a 2-0 sweep against the University of North Carolina, Charlotte.
Yeah, and nothing but praise for them in their own rights for being able to take this series by storm and really showing that they are the kings of their region. Though nothing but respect as well for the side of UNCC. They came out swinging every single time. Both games, they were able to get an early lead. They found advantages in their mid and bot lanes this time around in game 2, but in game 1, it was bot lane and top lane. Around was a phenomenal player in understanding how to work around those lane matchups, and that's where it's that whole that dissection from being a master one-trick player. Sure, you don't get your Heimerdinger, but you understand how the matchups go and you know how to react to them accordingly. It's just, it gets to that point where you get into this mid-game and you need to focus on different win conditions and converting from there to another. It was just University of Delaware who was quicker on the draw, was able to dial in on those win conditions, being able to achieve this one around. So GG from both of the teams. that's not all we have for tonight, Destrix. We've still got another best of 3 series to go.
Yeah, we still have another one just waiting in the wings to come up, but I believe we have to shout out another one of our sponsors right here, right now, Coco.
Of course.
Yeah, and this one is going to be LLS. LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Tobin. As you can see on your screen right now, Tobin was 3.5 when his nagging arm and leg pain and regular fevers were not chalked up as blood cancer symptoms. It wasn't until his 4-year checkup that Tobin's doctor referred the family to a specialist. Tobin and his family would soon walk into a cancer center and have everything in their lives change. Many tests and days later, it was confirmed that Tobin had leukemia and began their new reality. New medications, new side effects, new schedules, in and out of hospitals and clinics, rearranging the family home and work schedules. Every day was a marathon. For Tobin, his parents, and 2 brothers, this was an intense and scary time. But having LLS in their corner to help their family connect with the blood cancer community and witness survival stories, it helped a lot tremendously. They stayed focused and present, fought the war, and won. Tobin crossed the 2-year cancer free mark in December. He's now 9 years old, loves to game with Minecraft, Battlefront, and Fortnite being his favorites, and aspires to be a YouTuber when he grows up. Alongside Hero Tobin, we recognize LLS, hero of the game, who represents the player that made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. And for that, I mean, there's
I,
only one more we can say, right? After some of
yeah,
those
yeah, yeah.
Meganars, after some of
Yeah,
this old
it's
school.
It's Alito Kami, man.
Yeah.
He was the LLS hero of the game for this one, and he did a phenomenal job on it too, getting it both times, which honestly is a crime in itself. He was able to pilot this Gnar in the mid lane so phenomenally well, and this is a great message of what we were talking about this entire night already. Is that sure, the meta has some powerful picks, it has some S tier champions, but if you know how to understand just one character within every dimension, every angle of understanding those matchups, you can make yourself an absolute hero of a game, being able to carry them through in any situation possible. So, massive shout outs to Alito Kami on this Gnar within the performances that he had this series, being able to bring his team back from the depths, being able to grab that double win, and keeping the University of Delaware undefeated so far in the spring season of 2022 here at NACE Starleague.
They will advance to 3-0, University of Delaware. Congratulations to them, and of course, congratulations to Okami. That was a beautiful performance. It was definitely a joy to cast and witness there, and wish Delaware the best of luck as we do approach next week's, because as we said, every time this is Swiss format, you're going to go against a harder team. You're going against another team that's going to be 3-0.
Yep, of course. But as that is said, we still do not have um, a sign off for just yet. We actually have that second best of 3 series coming forward. We do have Texas State going up
Oh,
against Florida State University. So that best of 3 is happening. We do have that unlocked. But first, we will have to take a little break, Desertix, first, because I got to get a little drink of water and get some relaxation in before I can head into this next game.
I agree. So we'll be right back. Be sure to stay tuned for more NACE Starleague. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague. Series number 1 in the books now, Coco. That was a pretty hype one to
Mhm.
really begin on.
Yeah, it was very exciting to watch, especially with how back and forth that game was, and with how the series just completely was. It felt dominant, but it wasn't a overwhelming game, overwhelming series for Delaware. But with all that wrapped up with a 2-0 sweep, we do have the next region in our hands with Texas State University going up against Florida State University. And I'm going to be curious on what the southern regions are going to be able to provide for us tonight.
All right, before we get into that southeastern heat, we do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, and that is going to be Corsair. Corsair is a leading global developer and manufacturer of high performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone from casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their very best. So, of course, shout out to our sponsor, Corsair. I have a Corsair keyboard right here, so I'm feeling pretty gamey,
Oh,
man.
Oh, I'm a little bit jealous. I think I need to get me one of them Corsair keyboards as well. Maybe a headset too. I have massive respect for their wireless headsets, so huge shout out to them. But fortunately, mine broke, so it's in the mail. It's in the mail. Don't worry. And it wasn't because the gear broke. It was because I sat on it. So that was my bad. I'm sorry, Corsair, that I disrespected it that way. Nonetheless, though, something that we need to put our utmost attention to is this next series coming up, and this is a very different series, I'd have to say. Not to mention the fact that these teams, in their own right, have some very big power players. I'm looking at Elfmaster. I'm looking at Forgiveness. I'm also looking at Learning here in the mid lane, as well as Oven Johnson. Those names you need to be looking out for as well. But also Kaz in that mid lane as well for Florida State. Huge shout out for all these players because they're going to be bringing the heat tonight.
Let's see, and I mean, this is going over on the side of Texas. Is there any heat on the side of Texas State? Because again, Cole, I am the newer caster when it comes to collision here. I'm having you
Mhm.
as my guide for this, Cole.
I'd be looking out for Elfmaster and I'd be looking out for Worst if you are really challenging it, or if you want to be a little bit more German with it, Wurst, to try and look out in that support lane. As he's been trying out a couple things, and he's one of the more versatile supports, I'd have to say, especially for tonight. He can do the Janus, he can do the Threshes, he can do the Blitzcranks, he can do the Morganas if he'd like, and that's what we are really going to be looking for here for the side of Texas State University is that capability to be flexible and create those compositions that can be very cut and dry, to know the win conditions is every single time. Because as we saw from last series, it can be a little bit of a struggle if those lines are a little bit blurred, and it takes you and the rest of your team some time to really get back on board and figure out what you need to be doing next on that checklist for victory.
So, as we get ready for the game here, we do know that Florida State have opted into the red side. Actually, not sure where the side selection went there. I got to hold my tongue on that one. But we do get a look at how this draft really went down. And hey, one of the new champions, it's getting through, Cole.
Yeah, first pick Zeri on the side of Texas State, and it's paired with that Lulu, one of the best enchantresses out there at the moment, because you get that bonus movement speed, you get the polymorph, you get the wild growth as well to make sure that Zeri is this constant tank, just battering down on the front line. And that's what's so fun about Zeri, is that it changes sort of the build itemization pattern that you'd expect out of a hyper carry like an ADC, like the Jinxes, who goes try and go for that all crit and try and tear you apart. Zeri is very quick and she sticks on you and she'll whittle away, and it's one of the most obnoxious things to deal with, especially when you have a Lulu in her back pocket zooming away. The other two things that are standing out for me is that Vigar and that Urgot. I'm seeing Vigar and Urgot and I'm saying, you know what? Sure, that Vigar is going to be able to beat the crap out of this Vex potentially, but that's a lot of sustainability that the side of Texas State is jumping out with, and it might just be enough to overwhelm the more in and out scrappy composition that FSU has sort of built for themselves with Jace and the Udyr.
I still feel like you have a lot of scrap on the side of Texas as well.
Yeah.
Having the J4, one of the things that always pops out to me is he's really good when he's able to get into a state where you can duo roam.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get into that, you just look at the lanes that you have available over on the side of Texas State. You have the
Yep.
guaranteed kill button with the Fear Beyond Death. If you are able to get that Urgot to go well, and you get
True.
the scaling going for a Vex. Vex can rip apart a backline. She's very hard to lock down. But still looking at Florida State, they do have some tools to be able to try and challenge that. Of course, the baby cage from the Vigar that was locked in. um, it
Mhm.
makes for some interesting interactions when you do want to hop in on that J4.
Yep. But as we are loading into the first game one of this best of three series, we got to look out for potential shenanigans with these teams. I don't expect anything pre level three, but once we hit that level three marker, oh man, are these teams going to just get off and going? And as a matter of fact, I might have bitten my tongue a little bit too soon. Casanova Johnson, hello, saying hello to forgiveness.
A little bit scared there. They got spooked out. It's a little bit of a horror film.
It's the jump scare
Yeah.
before the Texas Chainsaw Massacre comes into play, right?
It's where you
You
just
get him going.
slam your hand on the keyboard. Spooky dissonance.
Ooh, very spooky. So with this start off, this is also great that they get this ward too. So a lot of that investment to get that vision early, sort of denied away from the side of Texas State. But with how they just immediately cleared that one out, if I was Florida State here, I'd be saying, all right, well, they quickly cleared it out. I would still expect them to be starting topside here for Ref on this Jarvan. And if Ref is in any way able to emulate what Dignitas River has been able to do in the LCS, this is going to be a wild game here for Texas State.
So as we do start off, it will be the red side start coming out of Kaz, Evan Johnson, mirrored on the opposite side of the map, that is. Ref starting on that blue buff. And we'll be watching where the path is going. Haven't seen too much of the Zeri. It's going to be interesting for me to kind of see how this champion plays out, how it's going to feel in that bottom lane.
So it is very, very volatile with how effective it can be in laning phase. Of course, your auto attack is a skill shot, which means you can't shoot through and sort of prepare waves to crash in a proper way that an ADC would. So you need to sort of expose yourself in that own right. But it also, with an Enchantress, and why the reason Zeri is so effective with an Enchantress is because you get that innate movement speed, which is what she really thrives off of, and is able to go in quickly, get some burst damage, zap you with her actual right click, and then be able to dip out very quickly. And that's what we'd be wanting to look for in this bottom lane when it comes down to trading. And that's where I'm saying level 3 is when it's going to get very volatile, when she has all of the tools in her kit to poke you from afar through the terrain, dip in, get some shots in, and then parkour all the way back into safety. So have to be curious on how that one plays out, because also, as you had pointed out, both junglers started top side. So these junglers are going to be crashing down here, trying to make sure that this area is either shut down or popping off.
So now clearing the buffs, both equally kind of on the same pacing right now, are both of these junglers. Scuttle Crab. See if they really choose to focus that first, or if they're going to go straight for the, maybe get creative with those ganks, try and get some early kills in. You do have resources, especially on the side of FSU. Thresh can allow for some creative gank pathing. You just throw that lantern back.
Also clearing this out. Udyr with a faster clear, something we haven't really seen as of late. He's able to get to that scuttle first, and it's going to be Ref that decides to go for that full clear instead. And I respect that one as well. Have some additional gold. Both of the junglers spotted out here, knowing that they're down here. You can just play safe. 12 tiny turtles and worse can just chill out underneath this turret, catch this wave, be alright with everything else. Pings as well coming out, calling out. Ref is in the mid lane. He's coming top side. How are you looking, Evan Johnson? It's alright. I've got the reset. I went for that cheater recall to make sure I've got my Tear of the Goddess online. And sure, it's a very traditional scuttle for scuttle, full cleared side trades for both of these junglers. And with this slow start, that's what makes this game a little bit more exciting, is that any kill, any advantage that both of these teams are able to find is going to go a distance, going to be going a very far way for getting this team online, for either Florida or Texas.
A lot of respect going over Florida. It does seem like they're making a real good effort to try and map out where you're going to see Ref going. You were pointing out earlier that ward that was placed over on the ramp, catching him just going back to the other scuttle after that defeat, after getting beat to that other scuttle. Teleport back into the mid lane as Forgiveness is going to show up there. No real impact to come out of Ref just yet. Still waiting for him to find his footing on the map. I'm trying to see what would be the best lane for him to approach to. I mean, you are going to have a lot of pressure in the bot lane.
Sure.
It's going to be a little bit tricky to try and get something into the mid lane, especially while he still has his flash up. The baby cage is pretty good at stopping J-Force from getting in.
I would be looking at topside. I would just shut down Evan Johnson as much as possible on this Jace, and you have the capability with Elfmaster on the Urgot to clear wave, have kill capability. But the real question, I guess, is: are you comfortable with it pre-6, where Urgot doesn't have the execution capability with Fear Beyond Death, or are you trying to just sort of countermeasure against Kaz's Udyr, who has a lot of objective security with how quickly Udyr can clear? Looks like mid or bot lane going to be the plan of attack.
Straight for bot lane, no Cataclysm available. Rooster able to back up, pops the heal, and will be fine. Retreat successful for Florida State.
Yeah, but Texas State got a lot of summoner spells out of that. Heal and flash from Rooster, and the flash as well from Dump Truck, which, you know, all said and done, that's a pretty good win. You didn't use any summoner spells whatsoever, and you're able to get 3 for the price of 0. The only real enigma for me is: are you going to hang around this bottom lane and make sure that Kaz doesn't go for a cheap counter gank, or try and sneak away a dragon? Here is Kaz, just at the nick of time.
Spot on with the death sentence. Bear Slap follows up, but the shield too good. Worst is going to be able to stay alive. Same might not be said for Rooster, who already burnt his flash. Ref getting the first blood, and going to look to try and chase for more. Maybe a Glitter Lance to get the slow. It will not land. Still trying to get some chip damage on the back end, but he will be able to get out okay. A good gank coming out to take down Rooster.
Yep, and the wonderful catch there, and that's what we were looking for, is to hang around, make sure that no shenanigans really happens from Florida State after so much had been exhausted from them, and with that reply kill from the counter gank. The second thing too, learning, teleporting into the mid lane to make sure that the side of Florida State can hold on to this mid lane pressure so they can answer if Texas State tried to get a little greedy and go for that dragon immediately after the bottom lane play had come out. So with that, also stabilize the lane a little bit more. As we check in on this top side, 48 CS to 60, and you're taking a brutal amount of damage here on this Urgot for Elfmaster. Well, he's got the TP to reply. You can go ahead, call it safe, and say, you know what, it's alright. I'm going a little bit more of a passive and somewhat selfish build path with Hull initially, which means he is expecting not to die in this top side. And to be honest, there is kill potential on Jace, but when Evan Johnson's just spamming skills left and right and is on low mana, you're not in any place of concern for himself. So wonderful recall on him to try and keep in this game and keep in this lane, while the rest of the team attacking this bottom lane, making sure that the Zeri has so much comfort to try and trade back and forth with James.
Yeah, I'm watching the pathing of the junglers very carefully because I really want them to path towards top. So I'm waiting for some interactions to unfold over on that side. Shoving the wave is going to be Elfmaster. Evan Johnson opting to not use his teleport in this one. Instead, just going to hold on to it. Save it for some potential shenanigans later.
The other thing, too, with a little bit of a lull state as those teams decide to reset button and catch those waves now. Vision around this Cloud Drake, seeing if you can spot Kaz out trying to solo it. This Udyr can still have the potential to kill that dragon fairly quickly, though he went for the steel plated caps instead. So trying to get that movement going, trying to make sure that he can constantly gank these lanes instead of looking for the objective pressure that Udyr is a little bit more notorious for having. So it's again junglers hanging bottom lane, making sure that these ADCs are comfortable knowing that they have that third man in their back pocket.
These junglers have been so close to each other in pathing, pretty much in mirrored states of the map. Now here comes the gank. Death sentence does not land. The trap's out there, but there's the Cataclysm. Another gap closer used. Kaz caught out, locked in the Cataclysm. Will drop a double kill going over to Tiny Turtles, looking for more onto Rooster. Gets slowed by the Glitter Lance. A couple more autos, a triple kill. This is disaster for Florida State. So much income, just win onto that Zeri.
Into the triple kill, and now the Cloud Dragon as well, because Ref is full health and doing absolutely fine. You're also going to get turret plates chipped away too, because Zeri knows no one's going to be back there to answer. So go get 160 gold absolutely for free. Here's the rocket coming in to see if you can try and steal the dragon. Oh, it gets it!
Oh my word! I mean,
how'd you not expect that?
Of a bad situation, I suppose.
always, we have learned this lesson time and time again, but every single time there's a jinx, they will always try and risk that objective steal. But nonetheless, we're back into this game. Kaz says, you know what? I've messed up twice bottom lane. Shame on me, shame on you. Let's go ahead and try and see if we can get this kill on Elfmaster instead. He looks stuck.
Oh, far from home in this one. Kaz takes an easy kill over on that top side, and it's a point that Florida State can really play around now. You are starting to get some income onto Oven Johnson. There's no teleport available for Elfmaster, so maybe a little bit of personal time with these plates, possibly potential to grab the Herald. You're going to see Kaz head in that direction right now.
Try and get some objectives off the board and get some turret plate under some of his carries as well. This might be something where, even though I didn't fully agree with it last series, where you just use the Herald to just get a couple plates early on, that might just be what you needed. Just get the Eclipse, get the Mythic item for this Jace, to where he can just beat the living crap out of Elfmaster's Urgot, and then unlock the Jace, get him into a roaming form to where he can start to sort of recuperate from the downtrodden that is happening to bottom lane. But oh no, bottom lane once again looks like it's a death sign here for Tiny Turtles. Can potentially double kill, but he's learning.
Oh, the wall slowing down Tiny Turtles. He doesn't get the kill yet, turns his attention towards Lurdy. Here comes the Super Mega Death Rocket. It will be a 1-for-1 trade. Tiny Turtles for Learning. An intense exchange there. It could have been another triple kill for Tiny.
It was looking very close for Tiny being able to get a potential triple kill, but Learning comes in at just the nick of time and really pinches Tiny on that Zeri to be put into a kill zone, and Rooster is able to help secure the kill, but it does have the shutdown gold go over to Learning, which is really good. Gets Everfrost, and that is exactly what you need to try and tame this 4-in-1 Zeri. You stay too long, Rooster. This might just be your death.
Easy flag and drag. Slap him around, grab the kill. Rooster going down, not at the best time. It would have been a timeout or a recall, but it's still going to be 14 seconds left on that death block with a lot of personal time for Zeri to grab those plates.
Also, Vex being able to get a couple of those plates in mid lane as well. So here we go. That's the greed. It's like, all right, Learning, you got the shutdown. We're going to invest in you. Let's get you some turret plate gold on this Vigard too, so you can really start to scale up on this pick. Comes Ref, seeing if he gets something. Baby Cage, though, he's going to stall for time, but here's Worst as well.
Worst going to show up, tries to get in, takes a good chunk of damage, but now here comes Tiny Turtles. Cataclysm gets them both, and the Lulu ultimate finds another double knock-up. Florida State, everything just went wrong for them.
Oh, but Florida State's just sticking around too long. Yes, get the plates, but get out of dodge as soon as possible. You are playing with fire here, and that fire is so hot, it is lightning with the Zeri on Tiny Turtles. Now sprinting down back to the bottom lane to catch that wave and just accelerate on this ADC. Look at all the gold that Forgiveness is getting to. Yeah, it's 1-0-1 on the Vangs, but you also got 3 turret plates too. Lots of solo gold for yourself, and you have the Crown of the Shattered Queen. It is just looking phenomenal for Texas State. The only lane that is struggling is that Urgot on the top side of the map, who went that more selfish build, thinking that, oh, no one is going to be attracted to this top side of the map. Got punished early on. Now doesn't really have any wars to keep himself defended. I want Kaz up here and Learning up here again. This is something where you have 3 members up here with the Everfrost on the Vigar. He's good as dead, but it's Ref that's actually up here first. It might actually thwart any potential planning.
Trying to set up onto Oven Johnson. Oven Johnson will burn his flash, and now Kaz able to show up. A couple of slaps with the Phoenix stats to chase Ref away. And you can see right there, Learning instantly started pivoting out of his lane. Ref, you're in a bad spot right now. Got to run far away from the Vigar, waiting to land that baby cage, but he will find his escape.
Yeah, he's got that Predators to really close in on his target. Has to go back to that lane, mid to address the situation. But, you know, recalling now as Ref, not too bad. You know, 30 seconds until Infernal Drake spawns. Let's go ahead and get some vision. Let's see if we can get this dragon under control and in our favor. And I have all of my bottom quadrant camps to go ahead and finish up. So it's nothing to really be worried about. It's just making sure that you have that priority in this part of the jungle. Baby Cage does go down as a defensive mechanism against Forgiveness on this Vex, who still has everything available, has that enhanced teleport now that 14.5 minutes have passed. So this reset from Rooster and Dump Truck might actually be what gives away Texas State's Dragon for free. Go ahead and grab this one for the rest of Florida State. somewhere else on the map.
Kaz over in the top lane, no vision. Easy dragon pickup. Kaz not really finding anything on this top side. Usually it's you see the jungler make a play on one side, you got to see the enemy jungler make a play on the other. The play is going to be just to try and deny resources, to try and deny creeps, but it's very little gained here. Potentially looking to set up a tower dive onto Elfmaster. That would be a very tough one to pull off. Did they go for it? No, not going to take the way around, just playing this passively.
Yeah. Not a huge fan of Kaz leaving that wolf on its own, just because you don't get the timer on it. So it is a little bit of disrespect to ref saying, you know what, I took your stuff and I'm going to leave it there so you don't get a full cash in. But I wouldn't beat topside if I was ref. I'd keep focusing on bot lane. Honestly, I feel like you could go for a dive here, and I actually think they found a catch onto Dump Truck. Dump Truck's taking a lot of damage, as well as the turret in the mid lane.
Dump Truck takes half his health as he walks away. Caught out there, potentially trying to set up a tower dive, but Kaz is coming into the area. Not much health really remains onto this tower, though. A couple more autos, and it will go down. Kaz going to show up. Both junglers on the same side of the map, but no fight going to be pulled.
Just playing a little defensive for Ref. Ref just needs to sit in that back pocket. No need to come out early and show yourself when you don't have the necessity to do so. Calls come in. 4,000 gold in favor of Texas State. This is where you unlock this Zeri. Where do you start to decide to move her? Looks like they're going to put Zeri and Lulu on the top side of the map. Keep Vex and Vigar isolated in this mid lane for a little bit longer because, hey, guess what's next up on the map in just about a minute? It is going to be that second Rift Herald of the game. And now that you have that 5-1 Zeri on the top side, Kaz won't have that priority like he did with the Jace to take that objective. And this will be Ref who will be looking towards that Herald instead to try and break this map open some more. And with 2 turrets down in favor of Texas State, you're looking at this top side. You're looking for as much gold as possible to access with this area to get to that second item.
Be nice to cash in on that bounty if you are Florida State, but first to the punch is Texas. We'll start getting some autos onto it as Florida State walking around this Baron pit. You do have Oven Johnson on the top side. Death Sentence not going to land onto anything. Will be forfeit. Kaz just going to let this one go. Texas grabs it easy.
No problem there. They're going to go ahead and rotate to the top side, see if they can force Oven Johnson away from this top turret. Kaz is in the vicinity as well. And Rooster and Dump Truck. Positioning mid. Dump Truck does not need to be here, I'd have to say, but it's more of the scared hesitancy that Rooster's saying, don't leave me, because Vex could potentially blow me up, even with just Crown of the Shattered Queen. Very dangerous situation to be in, but you need to match this top side. You need to see if you can shut down this Zeri, because Jace is pretty powerful. He's got Eclipse. He has the capability to burst out this Zeri, and you need that crowd control to lock down Zeri as well. Rash brings a lot of tools to that kit to try and make sure that you can keep her in place. Here, there's going to be now 4 members against 4 trying to answer, as both Vigar and Urgot are left to their own in the bottom side of the map. All of this being said and done, this is just easy, slow bleeding that Texas State is applying to Florida State, making sure that they're not overextending, making any rash decisions to where they can get punished and the consequences really turn on their tide, because these teams, they have some very scrappy compositions, like you said in the draft. This is both these teams, like, they want to fight whenever they can find the chance to do it. And if it's just a slight overstep here or a slight invasion into the jungle where you are not ready and they see you walk in, this game can turn on its head, even with this 5,000 gold difference.
Texas know that oh so well. And that's why you see a lot of setup coming from them. Shoving in the mid waves, going in as a unit over in the top lane, having Elfmaster in that bottom lane, shoving in the tower, getting the attention of Learning, making sure he can't have too much of a teamfight presence. Texas are actually executing as a whole when it comes to the team trying to play the map. But now Kaz is trying to find Elfmaster. Ooh, good spot out right there. Kaz just wasting his time.
Yep, and Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. It is going to be a Mountain Dragon, which is going to make this team very, very beefy. As they love to be short range, they love to be in your face, and having Mountain Dragon to sort of buffer any of the damage as you advance into a little bit more of a pokey composition is exactly what you need. And especially when a lot of the damage is coming in from this Vigar, who is the very hyperscaling focus part of Florida State's team. Yes, you've got the Jinx. Yes, you got the Jace as well. Jace actually has a surprising amount of scaling so far in Season 11. But the Vygar, if he gets big, it's going to be a world of pain. Kaz and Evan Johnson might have found Elfmaster being a little bit too greedy.
Kaz comes in at the right time. It would have been disaster for Evan Johnson there. You don't want to get caught by the fear beyond death as the Super Mega Death Rocket just zips on by. Evan Johnson getting some reprieve, but the answer for Texas will be another Drake going in the bot side.
And like you said, it was Elfmaster seeing that he had the potential to actually kill Evan Johnson with the Fear Beyond Death, but that slight overextension that is able to punish and be able to get some leads back into the top side and actually claim some objective bounties. This will be the first turret of the game for Florida State, but that's additional 100, 200 gold going over to the side of Jace to help cash in and help get himself accelerated back into this game. Though this siege bottom lane is doing wonders here for Texas State to just push learning away. After they had just taken the dragon, they took everything that Florida State ever knew and loved within their bottom jungle as well. So from here on out, yeah, you lost Urgot top lane, yeah, you lost the turret, but that 5,000 gold lead is still there, it's still breathing, and this Baron, it's looking juicy with the way that Zeri's building. Kraken Slayer, Essence Reaper.
Quite stacked now, 21 minutes into the game. Good luck. Rooster now pushing in towards the mid lane, trying to get some presence for FSU here, and can't really blame them. This is the play to make. Try and push out your waves as you can over on the top side, over in the mid lane. Learning going to catch that wave over on the bottom side and try and get that set up. So just try and get that forward pressure, to try and get something forward to be able to establish this vision. Make sure that that Kraken Slayer doesn't get put to work on that Baron.
I don't even think Texas State would want to try this Baron out yet. They're not as aggressive when it comes to these macro plays. They're controlling the vision, they're playing it safe, and trying to clear out any of the brightness that Florida State has sort of cooked up in their own jungle. You can see a lot of defensive wards there for Florida State in that top quadrant of the map, right behind Baron Pit. Make sure that they can walk in, check in on it whenever they can. But now that there's two turrets gone on the bottom side of the map, they can look for this top lane. They can say, we don't care about Dragon no more. We can go for this top side and see if we can get some pressure and relieve Urgot to go to the bottom side of the map. I'm surprised that Urgot's actually still here and that it's Vex answering the Vygar, but it might just be more of a preference over anything due to how Elfmaster is building. As he decided to go for the Bramble Vest, so he doesn't have that much magic resist. Here's Repton Tiny Turtles on the flank. Might have caught Cass in a little bit of a pain.
Ooh, there's the bear slap, and there is the Cataclysm locking down two. Evan Johnson in a bad spot right there. Can't get close enough to get any melees in, but Tiny Turtles will find the autos. A kill going over to Texas State. We're on this top side, pushing in the minion waves.
That was that vision being blotted out from Texas State, knowing that they can come in, drive a wedge in the vision line that was for Florida State. That's that advantage, and now with that, they're going for the play here for Dragon. They know Vex can TP in at any time. They've got the tank killing capability with the Zeri and with the Lulu. It's taking a little time. They're not as tanky as they thought they were. Urgot's going to have to be the frontliner for now. And for all this time, Dump Truck and the rest of Florida State are here to try and answer. TP as well coming in from Forgiveness.
And another TP coming in both ways, both teams. Forgiveness going to show up. There's the Wild Growth, and the Baron will go over to Texas State. Another teleport being channeled here. Evan Johnson going to show up late to the fight, trying to catch out Elfmaster. Is going to be Dump Truck waiting for the death sentence. Can he sidestep it? No, the Blast Plant is there. Makes a lot of room for Elfmaster as learning starts to get lower and lower. Tough situation there. Forgiveness punishing him. The rest of Florida State, they're going to try and use this momentum they got. Even though they didn't get kills, they got some map pressure, and they're going to transfer that to mid lane.
Yep, that's all they need. They're able to get some kind of a bounty reclaimed for themselves for Florida State after that Baron power play, which is now online for Texas State. They can look for this mid and top side once again. Sure, the TP is down for Forgiveness. You can brute force yourself down mid lane now. You have the wave clear, you have diving capability with a Vex and a Jarvan. You try and challenge anyone trying to defend these turrets. And even though there's a baby cage, that baby cage is up right now, but it's going to be down for the next 8 seconds. So there's a window for them to jump right on top, but they don't have every single member there. They're trying to play the map more than they're trying to play Florida State. You can have Elfmaster on that top side whittling away at that top turret, sort of creating pressure, creating that threat, saying, hey, come answer me, instead of looking at that dragon. Look at this Urgot. Look at this big juicy crab boy instead of that dragon, where the rest of my team is going to be trying to find that objective.
Johnson is going to be looking that way, but too late because the tower is down. Elfmaster really leaning into the split push, just being a dedicated top laner in the truest sense
Yeah.
of the form.
At this point, I would have just been like York or Tryndamere, but got more of the comfort over the counter, right? And saying, let's play it safe, I can be a little bit beefier, and if it does come down to it, that Fear Beyond Death will work wonders if they ever get stuck in the picture in a team fight. It has some comeback capability, but they don't need to come back right now. There's 7,000 gold in the lead to try and push away the rest of Florida State, who's just kind of curling over and dying, saying, you know what, you can take this dragon. We don't care. We're going to try and see if we can look for something else, but that other thing is Elfmaster, and he's already gone. He's already playing passive, playing back. The rest of his team do their magic, and they're going to be looking at bottom side now. And who's going to come answer bottom side? 2 recalls coming in from Florida State.
They're just getting pulled across the map. They're dancing to Texas's tune.
Yeah, they are. And this is where it comes into like that odd situation of saying, all right, well, do we just brute force it? Do we just try and 4v5 and ignore Elfmaster as much as possible? And that seems like the only answer they have. There's really very little things that they can do. They're losing in the vision game. They're losing in the side split game. They're losing in the economy. All they have to do here is the one answer of don't curl over and die. Go for this fight. Try and make a play. Because it is so much easier to try and make that risk, make that gamble when the enemy team is expecting you to just, as you said, dance to their tune.
7K separating these teams so strong as Texas at the state of the game 26 minutes into it that they are sieging the inhibitor towers of Florida State University. Florida State University. Texas now waiting for their way in to be able to find and engage, to find some slip up here, but you do have good wave clear. The Jinx being there, having that rocket form does provide a lot of stalling for Florida State.
Yeah. And with the Baron power play waned away for a while, Baron will spawn in the next 2.5 minutes. It means that the wave clear is going to be a little bit easier for the rest of FSU to sort of manage, but okay, a little bit hasty there for learning, trying to play with fire, testing the limits as it is. Limits have been tested, but it's a 1-3 split now. Perfect, sort of perfect wrangling of FSU here from Texas State. Looking for any pinches, any maneuvers that are coming out. Everfrost use. Oh, that's a big problem. And you're running out of mana here. That's just trying to fish for kills, not finding any of it. And once you run out of bait, well, gotta call it off and take your losses as it is. So I respect learning to try and go for that, but no one else is with him. Dump Truck's nowhere to be seen. He's chilling out with Rooster, sort of attached to the hip. I'm not a fan of how Dump Truck has been playing this game, just because he's not been hunting, fishing for those kills, looking for advantages. And even though it seems risky, even though it's a high risk, high reward kind of situation, you still have that reward factor. And if you can get in, get that kill, get something onto this Jinx, maybe you can swing back into this game. But right now, it's just no risk, all just security, playing way too passive, and it's letting Texas just take absolute control of this map.
You can tell that's what Learning is trying to do in this situation. Yeah. He's pulling every single opportunity he has, but he's just not finding it. I can't blame him. It's in a situation where they bled for so long that it's only getting worse and worse as this game goes on. They just need to find some little pick to get that Jinx excited, as you said, but shoved into their base once again. The jungle now in control of Texas.
And at this point, the way that Texas is playing, you're never going to find a pick, ever. You don't have a team composition that can look for a pick so quickly. Like, you don't have a Blitzcrank, you've got a Thresh. You don't have a Sejuani, you've got an Udyr. And yes, you've got capability to keep locked in, but you're not using it. Vigar is short-ranged, he can really keep everyone condensed in a small situation nearby, but you need to get people in that range. And it's very difficult to do that when no one is hitting that go button. And this is where this slow bleed that Texas State is performing on Florida State is very painful to watch, and FSU just needs to hit the go button. They need to they need to make the risky gamble of saying, look, we're on life support right now, we need to pull the plug and just send it and see how we do. They might not even need it. If they get that catch, if they force that fight right here right now, and they're able to get that shutdown on Zeri, get those Jinx resets online, then boom, you don't need that life support anymore. You've got a way to come back into this game. But if you don't pull that plug, you'll never know.
There's 2 things for Texas to play around. 55 seconds, you have that Dragon Soul that's going to come up. Would be the 4th one. Now, Baron on the map. Texas playing around this. Dump Truck trying to be in the front, trying to still get that vision, but it's way too risky. Even to set up for the death sentence, he can't get close enough. He can't get a good angle, and this is gonna spark Texas just make the call for Baron. As it does get started, Forgiveness being in the mid lane, trying to run diversion there.
Oh, that Baron is burning down. That Baron's gone already. There's nothing for FSU to try and act.
So low, 2,000 health remains, going for the super mega deathlock. He's able to steal it. Rooster is able to find it, but Texas find Kaz. It's still going to stall the game out. It's still buying some time for Florida State.
And it seems like there is a little flash of light behind the eyes of Florida State right now with that steal from Rooster. And man, Texas State is just disrespecting those Jinx securities that are coming in. Elfmaster using Flash. Actually, with this aggression, this is just Texas pissed off. They're trying to go for the kill. They're trying to end this game. No Baron
Going straight for the end, but this might be over-aggression now. Rooster completely unchecked. He's able to get 2 kills. 2 are going down. Forgiveness trying to walk away. Has to go golden. Look at the Rockets ring. It's going to be 3 down. Now 4 down as Worst tries to get away, but excited is Rooster, and 1 more rocket will find its mark. The shield goes up, but there is a backup in Learning. Tiny still able to get some vengeance there, but there's 3 members in front of you and getting caught by the zap. The slow is there, trying to run. The damage is fighting its mark. Almost able to take down Learning, but there is the death sentence, and there is the shutdown for Rooster. Florida State bide their time, and finally they find the slip up off the over-aggression of Texas.
And that is exactly what they needed to do. The plug had been jammed in that socket for so long that Rooster just said, you know what, we have to go for this risk. They get the steal on the Baron, and it puts Texas State into an absolute rage, a blind rage, as they run straight into the trap that was Learning's Viagar. And being able to get Rooster now 2 kills, lots of shutdown gold onto this Jinx, and his Baron power play gets them a good amount of gold. That was an 8,000 gold lead that Texas State was dealing with, and it's been crunched down to just under 3,000. If not just over 2,000, as a matter of fact. Signs of life. Florida State keeping this game going. I'm not sure how long this will last. This Baron power play is working wonders. So will Texas State get in their own heads and say, well, we just need to brute force this. We need to continue just ramming ourselves into the defenses of FSU? Or will they go back to their normal ways, being more deceitful? But it looks like the ego on Florida State's just going to be running this game over.
Don't want it to end like this. Caught out is going to be Ref. Jungler's down. There's no Baron on the board because it's already been taken by FSU, and that Super Mega Death Rocket, and the buff is still available, so they're going to continue pushing this buff forward as the siege is now in favor of Florida State.
Go ahead and take this turret. If not, take this inhibitor as well in the mid lane. Baron is up for just about 30 more seconds, so they got to work with that time as much as needed. The Jinx Hyper is coming in. Nice Shock Blast as well from Worst, but that Mega Death Rocket will miss. That is the inhibitor, and that is this game dead even once again. But Vex on the backline.
On the backline, Forgiveness finds one. Gets caught by the baby cage. Here comes the death sentence. Elfmaster trying to provide some backup, but has to retreat immediately after seeing his ally fall. Worst, Tiny Turtles, Elfmaster look to close some distance, but the baby cage will guarantee that is not going to be an issue. FSU almost biting off more than they could chew, but they back out at the right time. They catch Forgiveness on a trade with Oven Johnson.
Now here's the next thing that's going to be a little bit of a worry for us in this game, for both Texas State and Florida State, is that the respawn timers for Baron and Dragon are almost identical, which means that this split means that Texas State can make the question of, all right, do we want to risk just taking this Dragon and getting soul point for us with a massive mountain soul, or do we go for this Baron? And that keeps them in a little bit of dilemma of, is Florida State going to try and match us on these gambles, or are they going to see our bluff and call it out and try and go for the other? And if I'm Texas State, you have that capability to actually have a little bit of a reprieve, because Florida State only has 2 Dragons. It's not soul or die, or it's not Baron trade for that value. So you can take that gamble of just burning down the Baron, going for that power play once again, and then letting Florida State take that 3rd Mountain Dragon in its own right. But again, you're dealing with 34 minutes in the game where this Viagar on Learning is massive. Jinx, Rooster is also now gotten to a point where everything is fairly much dead even, and it's a question of how will the hyper carries be able to carry? What's the strengths that they all have, and how will the teams be able to treat them accordingly?
Gotta keep Rooster alive if you're Florida State. 335 has a 600 gold bounty. Would be devastating to lose that. 4 items completed. Stopwatch as well to provide some extra protection. Florida State now coming out strong. 1 minute 30 seconds left before the dragon spawns. This could be a big team fight timer right here. Waiting for that dragon soul. Biding their time has been Texas State. Now they're the ones trying to find the foot in. They're the ones trying to control the map. Can't seem to get it as Florida State get deep vision on this dragon.
Vision, look at the those pinches. All members of FSU feel like they're carrying their weight. Texas State, oh no, Elfmaster might have been caught, but will he be able to get out in time? Will he be able to defend? It doesn't look like that's the case.
Nice move out of Oven Johnson. Tee up, slap him against the wall while he's trying to make his own dash. That is the top laner down again. 4th death for Elfmaster, getting caught out alone. This is going to provide so much pressure for FSU.
Yep.
They take that tower on the bot side and start translating over towards this Baron side as Texas State are kind of trying to pull the bluff right here.
Yep, and it's 35 seconds until Urgot spawns, and you know, Baron will be up by that time, Dragon will be up that time, so a lot of that momentum, because of that catch, is in Florida State's side of the court. Be able to go ahead and get both leads, both control of these objectives. They might just be able to just go ahead and take this Baron, no problem. Jinx is fairly big, has 4 items, does have the stopwatch as well, but playing with fire here. Zeri is sitting in the shadows at the moment. Pick away, but also letting Oven Johnson take this dragon by himself. So this is the perfect play that Florida State could take. They were able to get that pick, they get that dragon on their own. They don't have to risk too many resources to secure it, and they can also hover over this Baron to make sure that nothing suspicious is going on behind the scenes with Texas State. So very well done from Florida to get themselves back into this game, keeping themselves in a sense of control. But now the next question is, the inhibitor, we're going to be respawning in about 45 seconds, if not just under a minute or so. That continuous pressure that the inhibitor had been giving them with the super minions will be gone fairly shortly. Where do you look? Where do you try and find these kills? Because you've been able to punish this Urgot fairly well. And I think at this stage, Elfmaster has said, alright, I've learned my lesson. Can't play this sides push anymore. I must address with the rest of my team and make sure I can create space for this Zeri on Tiny Turtles. So look for the kill, but here we go. Vision is blotted out. Baron is being burned down.
Oh, it's being burnt down so fast. They can't get there in time. Texas State way too slow. It's going to be Baron going over to Florida State University. They'll be able to get out with no problem whatsoever. Texas State are slipping left and right, and now Florida State, they're going to pull the trigger over towards the top side. So they're going to be siege. Just taking out the minions for the time being. Trying to respond is going to be Texas State as they send 2 members over into the mid lane, 3 members towards this top side. Inhibitor is finally back up. We'll see what can happen here as the Baron empowered siege begins from Florida State.
Yeah, and the wave clear that Texas State has is, it's okay, it's struggling, but it's short ranged, and you saw it, you get punished immediately when you try and help clear out.
Elfmaster, he's seen this way too many times. Rooster taking him down. Another turret falls in the name of Florida State University as they continue their siege, continue applying this pressure onto Texas. Texas don't really have much left to give. The pressure's in the mid lane as well as Oven Johnson going to lead forward. Now here comes the engagement. Cataclysm going for the back line. On to Learning. It's going to be shut down. Coming through. They're able to find Rooster. Rooster goes down, but can they get Learning as well? Learning still surviving. Dump truck will fall. They get Learning, and that is a big shutdown. Tiny Turtles is still alive, and 4 fall for Florida State University. Texas are bringing it right back, and they want the ace to top it off, but Kaz, he's got that bear stance. He's too fast, too furious, but Texas, they're still happy to take down 4 of Florida.
And that is a wonderful catch there, and all of it started off by Forgiveness jumping in and flashing for a 4-man fear onto Florida State's backline, and it isolates with the Cataclysm as well from Ref all of the Florida State team away from Rooster. No one is there to protect him, and that's where the pop-off from Zeri comes in. Zeri gets those kills, starts to get the movement rolling, and becomes unstoppable. And 2 Barons have been in this game, and those Barons have been the demise of those power plays and swinging these games completely back and forth. Texas State and Florida State really putting on a show this game. And this is just the first game of a best-of-3 series. We haven't even gotten to a point where I can really say that this game is done and dusted. It felt like it was a while ago. These Barons, just absolute page-turners, keeping you hooked in this game.
We're 40 minutes into this now. We are really in the deep end of this match, and the gold is almost even on top of that. A little bit of superficial inflating that you have from Texas having that Infernal, but it's not too much. This is still a relatively even game.
Yeah, and at this point, it's 70,000 gold for each team. The majority of these players have full builds. Ref is done. Tiny Turtles is done. You have Elfmaster, who's pretty much done. He has like one item left. He's just using it for control word spots. And same thing goes for the rest of FSU. Like, Kaz is pretty close to finishing. Rooster is all done. He's got that GA on the back. And same goes for Learning. Everyone is finishing up their final items here. So it is just a question of how well you can actually play this game when it's full build and everything is on the board, left to their own devices. Oh my goodness, Texas State is able to wrangle and corral Florida State away from this mid lane turret. But here comes Learning on Predator. They find
such an interesting play right here. They're saying we're not going to dance around the dragon. We're not going to play to your tune. We are going back to the mid lane, and we are going to make that step go our way once again. So Florida State having to respond to that, realizing that if they gave up that control, that would have been an inhibitor forfeited. Texas trying to play the map very carefully right here, and that play of the map is what's going to give them priority over towards this dragon side.
Going to be able to get it. TP coming in from Learning. Or, excuse me, from Oven Johnson to try and get onto this. Oh, this Fnatic Bush might just be the death, but nice sweeper from Kaz to point it out and call out the bait. Those Tiny Turtles got to be on that flank. Careful for Learning. Learning might be able to find it.
Now Learning, Baby Cage goes out, lands it onto Ref. Ref going to take a lot of that damage. Dark Matter lands onto him, knocking down a third of his health. Elfmaster getting closer, going after Dump Truck, and the dive in. Dump Truck, the fear beyond death gets him as Ref jumps in onto Oven Johnson, puts the Cataclysm onto him, completely isolating him out of the fight. They can't get in. Rooster's popping off, though. He will drop after a double kill, but now Rooster has the protection of Oven Johnson. There comes the rocket, and Rooster finds his mark over the wall. The zap to clean it up with a quadra kill. Florida State University off the back of Rooster. That Guardian Angel being so clutch, they will take game number 1.
And Oven Johnson and Rooster are now sprinting down this mid lane. Inhibitor will be taken, and with these two power carries, these turrets are just paper maches. This will be the end of game 1. What was started off with a fight from Forgiveness, he wasn't able to get onto the back line that quickly and be able to get that GA popped. And Rooster coming back and being the superstar of this game. And really putting this game on his head, stealing a Baron, stealing a Dragon, and then stealing the win away from Texas State. Game 1 of a best-of-3, and it's just getting started here in NACE Starleague.
I don't know what to say about that. Over 40 minutes that game was, and it was just a game of inches. Every time someone got one, the other team got 2. One team gets 2, the other team gets 3, and it all revolved, as you said, Coco, around those Baron plays.
Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous seeing how these two teams interacted with each other. And to imagine that Texas State, they have to be shaking their heads right now that if they just played it a little bit slower, didn't get greedy and get really get blinded by rage in that Baron steal, they could have been able to close this game out, because a lot of that economy and that objective bounty reclaiming was off of them running underneath the turret and trying to get that kill onto Rooster, who was able to hold his own and stay underneath that turret with the assistance of Learning and Dump Truck to keep this game going. But at the end of the day, Jinx is still a stronger hyper carry than that of Zeri, and we're still going to this second game of this best-of-3 series, and I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out this time.
I'm very excited. We are going to throw it over to short break, and we'll see if Texas State can learn a little bit of anger management after that game number 1. Be sure to stay tuned. We'll get in game number 2 of Florida State University versus Texas State University. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague, and what a slugfest that. Honestly, the whole day has been cool. We had the first
Yeah.
series, Delaware fighting from behind, able to take the games, and now in this series, back and forth, left and right, both teams giving a little, taking a little, and we get into the late stages. It's a good
Yeah.
way to start off.
Yeah, and honestly, the only thing that I can really be adamant about so far coming out of today is that if you win early game, you will lose late game because no matter what, you are going to get outscaled, you're going to get just dominated, and that's where, for us, I'll be curious on how both Florida State and Texas State are going to be able to adapt into the second game because both the teams looked phenomenal in their own rights. But I still feel like Texas State has some sense of control. I said that last time about UNCC, but sometimes these late game team fighting players are just so much more well adapted once it comes down to the really close lines, and that's where they really come out and shine. But enough said about that. We can go ahead and check out how Florida State and Texas State are attacking this second game as we prepare for the draft.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this draft is going to shape up. Let's take a quick
Oh,
look here,
okay.
and
Alrighty.
Vane coming through. All right, going once again with the Zeri. Okay, what rings out to you?
So this draft pretty much tells us that again, Zeri is top priority. They still think this is the very strong champion, and Jinx was on the board, so technically Texas could have taken it, but they decided to go with the Vayne instead, sort of trying to fight fire with fire. But with it, they took the Lulu, which means, all right, well, that enchanter power is gone. That lane isn't as dominant. So they had to find another enchantress to go with it, and they decided to go with the Karma, but they're really doubling down on the Protect the Zeri comp and give as much utility as possible to this hyper carry on Zeri, which with the Ivern, provides some capability. Though it is not a mid or top lane Ivern like we had seen C9 play in the LCS. It is a jungle Ivern. It will be a little bit fast or a little bit slower to get off the ground, where that comes into a question of concern for me against the Xin Zhao because I've actually seen this matchup before in a professional light. It was actually an NLC this week where an Ivern jungle went up against the Xin Zhao, didn't do too hot. However, the Ivern still won the game because it was all about protecting your hyper carry. And that's what all FSU Gold is about. And Texas State, they've got a lot of answers to make sure that you can beat the living crap out of this Zeri. Because you've got the Mordekaiser to counter the set, you got the Xin Zhao, like I said, to counter the Ivern, you got Zillion to make sure that this Vayne is just going to be able to become unkillable with the assistance of Lulu. So you've got those double enchanter matchups, and it comes down to really who's able to play this composition a little bit better. Because as you saw in game one, Deserix, it doesn't matter if you perform well in early game. As long as you can team fight with the full 5-on-5 setup, you pretty much got this game in the bag.
It almost feels like both are protect the puppy comps here. The Vayne and the Zeri in this one. Of course, the Lulu, working so well with the Xin Zhao in that early game, being able to change that and filter that over towards the Vayne once we get towards that late game. But one of the worries for me is going to be the short range of that Vayne. When you get into the range of Rise and that root comes in, there's no more tumbles you could really do for a while to get that invisibility to proc. If they are able to get some lockdown onto this Vayne, which as we said, short range, it could be disaster for Texas.
Yeah, and this is where for them I would say Vayne better go cleanse and Lulu better go heal, just like they did last game. And unfortunately for them, they didn't go cleanse. But they did still go heal with exhaust on Tiny Turtles for that Vayne. As we jump in here, it does mean that they're going to try and be a little bit more dicey in that bottom lane in the laning phase. It's like, all right, we're jumping in, we're going to exhaust you for that lack of damage. We're going to keep trying to apply that pressure to get these ADCs off the ground. And I would not expect anything else but a topside start for both of these junglers. Ref on that red and Ivern on that blue. And potentially, actually, if you do give that over, and this is where that early information is very crucial against an Ivern, if you give information over showing where you're starting before lanes really start to crash against each other, then that Ivern can easily walk in, take one of your buffs away, take a camp away, prime something else, and then move into his jungle and start setting it up for himself to start clearing. So you have to make sure you have that 5 point to make sure that possibility does not come into fruition.
For Kaz and being on this Ivern, it feels like Ivern suits a very specific play style, and some players just can't really get that right. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm one of them. Never been able to figure them out in the jungle.
It's very niche, yeah.
We'll see how well Kaz can run with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is where the wolf starts. So, because not a lot of people really interact with the Iverns that
Mhm.
much. Ivern's starting wolf, very traditional, because what he's going to do is he's just going to get all of these camps set up right now, let those timers go, and then he's going to go ahead and check in on the rest of his jungle. He's going to try and use as much mobility as possible. I'm surprised he actually didn't go his Q first, so he could just like latch on to camps and just start moving very quickly. But getting everything primed and then saving Smite for for the Scuttle to really get that clear just on lock is going to be what's going to be great for him. He does Smite that red buff because you need that extra health to continue using your passive to prime camps. But at the moment, you can see Kaz is very familiar with his Ivern pickup, and he's doing him fine with having that pressure. And he's actually going to be planning to end his kit clear in the bottom lane, where we can already see blood is being shed left and right from both of these bottom sides of Tiny Turtles and Rooster respectively.
Yeah, you can tell they're bloodthirsty down there, exchanging autos. Pushing in the wave is going to be Oven Johnson onto this top side as Kaz finally starts taking those camps that were claimed earlier. We'll have the quicker start to go over towards that scuttle to have that set up to make sure that Ref doesn't have the best pathing, doesn't have the most optimal route. Kaz now waiting in the bush for the time being. Ref is there as well, so both junglers are going to meet up here, and here comes the fight. Ref looking to jump in, getting pulled in is going to be Oven Johnson, but Kaz shows up to the fight as well. The thing is, he can't bring as much damage as a Xin Zhao and a Mordekaiser can, so that's going to be first blood going the way of Texas.
And that's exactly how that Mordekaiser set lane goes. It's just Set thinks he has the ego check in his favor because he can put down a lot of burst damage, but Mordekaiser wants to stick on you, and he has the tools to do just that. Also got the pull to where Oven Johnson actually had to use a flash to make sure he landed his his haymaker, but because he had to use it, he left himself directly right on top of Ref and Elfmaster, giving over that first blood and going over to Xin Zhao, who honestly really needs it, because if he can get this going and he can get some kills on the board for Xin Zhao, man, that affects so many other lanes than just Mordekaiser sitting on top of it, where Set will just try and freeze the lane and sort of tolerate the oppression that Mordekaiser would provide. So overall, that's probably the best situation that Texas State can get out of that. But you also got double scuttle too, so they're actually winning all across the board because Kaz hit that reset a little bit early and he's coming in for a sneaky lane gank. Guess who's just on the backside as well?
Doesn't know. He doesn't know. And here comes Ref. Ref looks to jump in, gets the Audacious Charge, 3 Talon Strike. Ref too low, has to flash away to try and get out. There comes a pop of damage onto Ref. Ref, the slither of health, barely able to stay alive and will be able to walk away with his life. Kaz there, pretty good punishment, just waiting out. Able to find the counter gank on the Ref.
Yep, and a wonderful catch on that. So the lanes feel like they're just going to stay the same. Like, yes, you used a lot of summoner spells there. You got the exhaust and the heal from both bottom lanes respectively. You got the flash away from Rooster too. But it doesn't really change the lane stage. It's still going to be Zeri pushed up against the Vayne, who's going to just try and keep up with the farming pressure. And with the dragon spawning shortly, I'd want to see some kind of pressure from Ref to alleviate this mid lane. His Forgiveness, same thing. It's a Zillion. He's going to sit down and be chill. He's not going up against a Gnar this time. So the first time we've seen a Zillion go up against something quote-unquote traditional in that mid lane. And he can push out the lane a little bit better and see if he can get some wards to track down where this Ivern on Kaz is going to be. So you want, again, get that late game scaling of these objectives early on for either of these teams to make sure you have some very strong trading once it gets down to it. Like we said in the pick and ban, and I will say it again, these series have shown that it does not matter how well or how poorly you perform in lane. It's all about how well you can perform in those team fights and how that 5v5 situation is.
Johnson, a world of hurt right here. Haymaker goes out, buys a shield, but that shield is going to expire, and so will Oven Johnson. Elfmaster getting the 1v1, 1-0-1 so far on this top side on Mordekaiser.
Okay, so now we've got a little bit of a red flag starting up there in the side of Florida State on that top side of the map. Texas State fairly happy, especially with how Elfmaster performed last game, being, I think it was at 0-5 or 1-5 at the end of the first game of this best of 3, where he was very much struggling on the Urgot, was always on that weak side. Well, if you're a weak side gamer, Mordekaiser is probably one of the best champions to do just that, and sit in that 1v1 and always be vibing, trying to make sure that he can win those challenges and come out on top. And also be a very strong late game investment as well. People tend to forget how dominant a Mordekaiser who gets a bunch of kills can be when it comes down to those team fights.
That could
See
be so
Ref trying to
devastating.
challenge another Herald take, try and stay farmed up against Kaz's Ivern.
Kaiser, man. Guys are heavy metal landing into your face, especially when he's well fed off. Already off to a great start there in the top lane. Now some counter jungling coming out of Ref as he goes for the invade. Has a track onto Oven Johnson. And this is not looking good for Oven Johnson. He's already went down twice.
Yeah.
Gonna put out the Haymaker. Has a good chunk of damage. Level advantage, so in the 1v1 versus Ref, not gonna be too threatened. Elfmaster waiting in the wings, so Oven Johnson gonna be okay.
At this point, both mid laners are matching each other. All this pressure bottom lane. This is where it's kind of a, I would say this is a bait and switch. This would be the best thing for Texas State to say, you know what? Play safe right now, bot lane, but oh, we're gonna have to put that on hold as it's a dump truck clash.
Looking to come in with the tether, a miss on the snare coming out of Kaz, going way too wide, and Tiny Turtles is gonna punish. Now the exhaust going on to Rooster. Rooster fed to the Wolves, a double kill going over to Tiny Turtle. Kaz looking to walk out of this one. He will walk out alive, but his bot lane is down. Texas State coming up big.
Dragon right now, Texas State, take this advantage and run away with it, and they're going to do just that. Splendid job from Worst and Tiny Turtles to keep this fight in that bottom lane extended, creating good spacing to where Zeri couldn't come in and play. Forgiveness also coming in at the nick of time also to ward away any additional aggression. But the problem was, for me, Dump Truck jumped in way too far in for FSU to follow up. Kaz was in that back rush. He did not have a lot of gap closing capability. He doesn't even have boots. He literally was playing with an amplifying tone. So that already gives into it of like, well, he's not getting anywhere anytime fast, and he's not going to be bringing much to a fight at this moment. He is yet to get online, and at this stage, that Ivern is only there to be a counter ganker and not a proactive ganker into setting up these kills. And from here, it's 2,000 gold lead in favor of Texas State. This slow push, at least this giant, well, now a very large wave for Elfmaster is going to crash. Kaz is on that top side. Ref is on that top side. And I would be looking at a Herald take here if I was Texas State. Sure, let Oven Johnson freeze the lane. I don't care. I will walk into the jungle, push Ivern off of his camps, and then take that Herald because they cannot challenge a Mordekaiser and a Xin Sao when it comes to a 3v3 skirmish, if we're even including those mid lanes to give FSU a little bit of a state in that fight.
Trying to stop the recall right there. Don't want to miss too much on the minions, though, Oven Johnson. Still going to keep an eye on that. He will be able to farm quite decently under the tower, but Elfmaster has still had quite a lot of power, a lot of position over on this top side. Ref going to use that to go ahead and get some vision, grab that Scuttle Crab, and set up for that Herald you were talking about a little bit earlier, and finally get that invade going, but a little bit too close to the tower. Out comes the RKO, and now sent into the Shadow Realm will be Oven Johnson. Tower's still there, though. He's going to flash away. Elfmaster will follow him, and Ref is there to meet him. Kill goes over. Ref able to grab that one.
Oh, and that was just a little bit of a binding there that had come in from Kaz, just checking in, saying hello. But it is all pretty low Mordekaiser at the moment. Sure, he's at half health, but he's just chugging on the potions, healing up with the Omni Vamp to get back up. Learning, why did you hit this Herald? Okay. That seems a little dangerous, but oh, they're going to actually Rift Walk.
Oh.
Where are they going? What are they trying to pinch off here? They're trying to, like, corral Elfmaster, who has, like, 3 exit doors? This is looking like a very unorganized Florida State.
Florida State kind of crumbling in this game number 2. At least a communication breakdown for these last bits. The call's a little bit questionable here. And Texas, just so far in the driver's seat, 5 kills ahead, 10 minutes into this game, having a 2k gold lead, which 10 minutes is something that can be sizable, especially when all that gold is so heavily channeled onto Ref and the Xin Zhao.
Very true. They'll pay with their way forward. Still, only a 2,000 gold difference. Not a lot of turret plates taken. Mostly due to the fact that Texas State doesn't have a team, or at least a team with a laning phase that can really pressure those turret plates. And they don't have a Herald to try and slam those down either. But first mythic of the game is going to be Ref and Elfmaster. And I don't know if this is the right call here, Kaz. This lane is lost. There's no reason to try and fight this one back. but there is no ultimate on the side of Elfmaster, so this 2v1 might actually be a possibility.
Ooh, is it going to happen? Getting lower and lower. Elfmaster, Haymaker goes out. Oven Johnson is able to get the kill, so this is going to be pretty nice here. The kill goes down while the minion wave was pushed in, so it's going to result in some tower plates, some much-needed income for Oven Johnson.
Yeah, and Set can take turrets very, very fast with his knuckle down, and I'm quite surprised that Elfmaster did fall there. He should have probably just accepted the bait, but you know, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe it's okay that he took the bait, because now Ref is going to see if he can go ahead and take down Johnson. Wait, he's back, Kaz!
Oh, here we go. Kaz able to show up, puts down the ultimate, waiting for the knock-up on the Ref. Ref will be able to walk away in time, but Kaz just at the right time, to make sure Evan Johnson's not going to be too punished, and I believe it resulted in one more plate, so that was 3 plates taken in total.
Okay, not too bad. So some of the gold plate does go over to Kaz to help accelerate this Ivern, but honestly, that's probably the best thing that you can do right now, help out this support jungler. As he pushes forward, not a lot of that attention had been diverted because there's no dragon at the moment. It will be up in 30 seconds, so you can deal with it then. But a lot of that attention was trying to win topside so they could prioritize Herald, but those trades were so low and it was something where it costed so much resources that it was just pointless to try and challenge the Herald off that. Not to mention, mid lane has always been dead even between Forgiveness and Learning. Rise just clearing out the waves, Forgiveness answers back with Zillion, and it's like, alright, well, which side lane do we have to address now? Oh, a flash by Forgiveness! Look at
Flashing forward, gets the slow on. Ref looking to follow through, looking for the double bomb, but the bomb was popped earlier. Forgiveness. Oh, goes in with the audacious charge. But there is the Chrono Shift going to be being used. It's going to be hard for him to get out from underneath the turret. Gets slow, doesn't take a second tower shot. Will be fine. Able to audacious charge over the wall towards the Raptor Cap, get a smite, get some health back.
Yeah, well done there by Texas State for jumping in on that play. Forgiveness, just hitting the go button, and that's what I love to see. Some just all-out aggression, knowing that, yes, we can get the kill. We have the damage, just full send it. This, able to get the second dragon of the game as well at 13 minutes and 50 seconds, just before turret plates fall. Let that turret plate cash in. I'd have to say, so far, the turret plates definitely a flavor of Florida State because of the amount that they were able to acquire in the top side, and then they got one apiece each in mid and bot respectively. Ooh, Tiny Turtle's going to condemn Rooster away to make sure Zeri doesn't chase any farther. Hang on out. Herald still wants something to happen up there. I'm just itching for it. I'm just, the teams can do it. They have the power. They just need to fully apply on it. But it's every single time that they go up there, someone else is smelling the blood in the water and is trying to come in for that counter and trying to thwart any kind of aggression. Because that Herald can break this game. Because let's say you throw it up topside. All right, Mordekaiser now has a long lane to really just abuse this Set. And Set is just choked out in his own little island. Or you break this bottom lane and you get Tiny Turtles and worse into this mid lane to where they can be accessible to any side of the map. Very, very threatening. Ref now, seeing if he can do just that.
We're being used. Here comes the final hour out of Tiny Turtles. Puts his sights onto the Zeri, able to take down Rooster. Flashing away will be Dump Truck, but that is a kill going over to Tiny Turtles. The second kill of the game, getting this Vayne online.
And that's an Eclipse on Rooster's Zeri. First time I've seen that in Mythic item on a Zeri. I have to see if I can research that and see what really the reasoning behind that is. Because that is not something I'd be looking for. But hey, Herald taken by Kaz while in the meantime, so respect for that, I suppose, as that gives you a little bit of alleviation to possibly break open top or mid lane.
But Shelly was going to go on Tinder after a certain point. No one seemed to want the Rift Herald in this game. Everyone wants attention in the mid lane. Both junglers kind of spying it out here. But no one really willing to go for the engagement just yet. So going back into a neutral state of game.
Just a little chime in. Apparently, Zeri Eclipse, pretty good, but not a lot of people play it. There's only, on this patch, 6 games of ranked Zeri with Eclipse. And it's a 50% win rate against Vayne. So, not entirely sure what the tech is behind that, but speaking of tech, we've got some Pain Train going on the top side of the map.
The showstopper popped. Here comes Ref. You don't want to join that fight, Ref. Don't take that audacious charge as Elfmaster falls. FSU really playing towards this top side now.
Yep, really doubling down on how Elfmaster has been sort of messing up a lot of these fights, and Oven Johnson has been getting the better of him every single time. Oven Johnson, nice haymaker too.
Ooh, Oven Johnson trying to get out, but he's underneath the tower. It seemed like the attention was split right there. One going after the tower, one going after Ref, but it's going to be both going down to this Xin Zhao. And now Rooster going after Forgiveness will use the Chrono Shift to try and buy some time. Tiny Turtles shows up over in the river. That's going to be Escape for Florida State.
Escape that is, but a turret going down in favor of Texas State. Be able to take that one on the top side and keep this 3,000 gold lead that they have been able to accrue. Hello, Tiny Turtles. This looks a little bit ambitious.
Oh, and Rooster over the wall gets completely pincered. 3 men on him. Rooster, death number 3. This is getting pretty brutal for Florida State.
Yep, and now you have an unlocked Vayne with 3 kills and a Kraken Slayer ready to go, and just constant question mark pings coming out on this bottom lane as Tiny Turtles and Worse just taking it over. Here comes the Realm Warp to sort of slow the advance of Texas State and clear out that wave. Dragon will spawn in about 90 seconds. That will be the next target in sight. Herald is about to... It's got about 2 minutes left until it expires. So I'm saying, Kaz, you better start finding a way to figure out where this Shelly is going to get dropped. Because at the moment, lanes are getting pinched, damage is getting dished out, and Learning feeling the brunt of a 3-0 Vayne.
I'm kind of surprised Kaz didn't pop it in the top lane earlier when they were doing that siege.
True. Yeah, that's true.
It seemed like they just really wanted to brute force it down from autos alone and save the Rift Herald for Elsewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be more...
Greedy, for sure.
Yeah, you can't be that greedy in that situation. And now, Tiny Turtles over in the bot lane will be able to grab that tower. The response from Florida State is going to be the mid lane, getting Rooster over there to take a tower of their own.
It sounds like they're trying to just hold this Herald as a bait for this Dragon, and I don't know. I don't think it's going to be really a great option. Like, all right, cool. Go topside. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, by the way, so you going up here is kind of forfeiting the Dragon if you don't get a kill. And that also forfeits your Herald, because Herald, you got about 30 seconds until that thing's gone.
Come on, Kaz.
They have to get this kill. They have to get this turret to make it worth it, because that Hextech Drag is going over to the side of Texas State.
And there they go, going for the engage. Elfmaster caught out. Here comes the Shadow Realm, able to buy some time with the Root Collar. Gonna put out the ultimate to try and find another knock-up. And expire the Shadow Realm. Elfmaster no longer the 1v1. It is a 2v1. Kaz looking to walk away, gets slowed, and Oven Johnson will be able to defend his jungler. Now Shelly finally hitting the Rift, but look at this control that was bought by Texas State. They're able to get the Dragon, and now they're focusing on the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is a 1-in-3 Mordekaiser that's wasting time for everyone else to do their magic on Texas State. You're going to go ahead and get the Hextech Dragon. It's now soul point for them, so one more Dragon, and that soul is acquired for Texas. And they're able to get some damage as well in this mid lane turret. Sure, you get some damage onto the top lane because of Shelly, but what are you planning to do with this set? Getting this set fed is not a good late game investment. It's strong in the side lane, sure, because he's being a Mordekaiser now, but Mordekaiser scales. The more that we see this Mordekaiser fight, the closer it gets to doom for the set and Ivern. Yeah, they're winning the fight still, but it's just by inches every now and then. They have to use a summoner spell almost every single time, or they have to really be just juggling their pressure with the slows and the hooks and the roots that can happen from the set and Ivern respectively. But all of that just to get a set to be 3-4, while you have a 3-0 Vayne you need to worry about and a 5-0 Xin Zhao you need to worry about. I'm trying to wrap my head around how effective that might just be, because if Set comes in and really slam dunks these team fights, then I'll be convinced. But at the moment, it's not just there yet. I still have to see it in action.
Yeah, and well, anything can really happen. We've kind of had these moments where we've just seen champions, we've seen players be down and out, and then stuff happens, and we have pretty much the tale of the entire day thus far here in NACE Starleague.
True. Like, this entire day has just been dominating early game. Don't matter. Like, it legit is didn't care, didn't ask, plus L plus ratio. Like, that's literally what today has been. It's just a complete bamboozle of being able to win those couple team fights late game and then turning the game on its head picking up the W. That's all. It's great. It's fun to watch, but when you are in the NACE Starleague, it's a little bit difficult for myself to be like, all right, these teams, these schools, they're going to have some growth because it's like, all right, cool. You got early game down, but you don't know how to close it. Or great, you know how to close a game, but you don't know how to start it. So this is where we get this catch on the dump truck. Barely lives. Oh my goodness. But what else are we going to be able to find here for Texas State as they don't have the resources yet to continue that pressure? Where do they look? Pings on Barron, but that's on FSU. They're saying, hey, Barron might be a possibility for the rest of Texas State to try and challenge. They've got the tools for it, but look at all the vision FSU has defensively. Yeah. They can smell if there's something suspicious going on in this top quadrant.
Yeah, they have their pick of the litter. 2 minutes until another dragon spawns, and that would be Dragon Soul. Baron on the table. FSU are just looking for anything they can get because there's a lot of objective bounties on the map right now. They need some of that gold to swing their way, not over in the top side, as you've said time and time again about Oven Johnson. We need to start seeing it on the Zeri. We need to start seeing it on the Rise, but they've gone killless this far in this game.
Seeing where else they can pressure. They got all the top quadrant to go ahead and clear out. Tiny Turtles being bot lane just to catch a wave. I suppose? Really? Okay. I guess that's fine, but it's like, if there was anyone down there, it might have spelled bad news. But everyone's topside, no one's really worrying about him. And like you said with the Rise, if you get in range of Learning's Rise, this Vayne might just be as good as dead. Though it is Tank Rise. That is Fimbulwinter, it is not Archangel Staff, so not as much damage as you'd expect. But speaking of damage, Ref making sure he just makes sure Dump Truck just goes straight to the garbage.
Yeah, the second life, not going to work out for Dump Truck. He will fall, and now looking for more. The double bomb comes out of Forgiveness. 3 talent strike, audacious charge. A double kill coming out for Forgiveness now. Rooster watching his jungler fall, watching his support fall, watching the authority that's being displayed from Texas State University as they start to set their sights towards Baron.
And they have learned their lesson from the last game. Don't let FSU even close to these objectives. Take them with massive acreage around it. And kill before looking at the Baron. Make sure that something is off the board where they are scared to even look at this part of the map. And with the Vayne, with the Mordekaiser, that's a lot of max HP damage that's being dished out. They're going to go ahead and take this Baron for free and at quick haste. That's the Baron power play now for Texas State. Be looking to this bottom lane, seeing Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. They're sprinting over to it. TP coming in from Forgiveness. This is going to be a fight for the soul.
No Jinx Rockets this time to try and get a steal. FSU are going to have to do it the hard way. Learning in the face of Ref gets a chunk of damage there as the bushes go up, and it's the go button for Texas State as they try to find Florida, but playing with the space there, trying to create some distance, pushing Texas State back. The Dragon still on the map, yet to be pulled. First walking in that area, 5 strong are both teams. The battle lines are drawn, really utilizing the Brambles. Deny a bit of the vision there, but there is the double bomb for Forgiveness. Kaz trying to walk out, but Turtles goes in. He gets low, he gets dropped. It's a shutdown going over to Rooster, but Rooster is slain. Ref takes him down for the triple, and now Learning tries to get away, gets pulled back in by Elfmaster. Slamming down with the mace. It is gotta be an ace for Texas State.
And this might just be an inhibitor, if not Nexus Turret falling in favor for Texas State. A wonderful catch by Forgiveness, getting a 3-man double bomb stun to start the fight off, giving vision as well for Ref to dive in. And the rest of the team just eliminating everything that stands in front of them. You saw Oven Johnson try and get that fight started, but because of the Death Realm, all of that damage gets negated. That's Hextech Soul now for the side of Texas State University. This game is as good as dusted. 8,000 gold in the lead. Massive Zenzao, 8-0-4. Ref has been playing out of his mind this series, and this was that doubt that we were talking about with the Iron Jungle. Yes, it can support your ADC very well. It gives the shield, it gives a lot of spacing, but it does not keep up against the jungle pressure that a Zenzao provides early on. You see the results here and now, 17 kills to 4, and a massive macro lead and pressure lead in favor of Texas State.
Texas State in a beautiful position, almost at that 10K point now. It's looking good for them. And one of the things you have to keep in mind about that last team fight was Tiny Turtle. Sure, he got a kill. Sure, he got killed. But look at the income on that Xin Zhao really start to pay off in these team fights. You know, Ref getting that triple kill on the back end of it has been huge for making Texas have these stances, have these team fights. And now a siege in the bot lane coming out of Texas State. As they look to set up for more. It's going to be Florida that try and find an answer. They're on to Tiny Turtles, who gets low. Dump Truck try to get closer, but there's the Chrono Shift. They can't take down Tiny Turtles until that expires, so Tiny Turtles is going to take them down. 2 fall on the side of Florida State. That's going to be a triple kill going over for Tiny Turtles, and he wants learning as well, but got to pay some respect to the Rise. 5 strong. Texas look to close this out.
And they're going to be parading it down the bottom lane. Learning will have nothing to do but watch as Texas State takes his base, takes the Nexus. But it's just Ref. He's just egoing on Learning. He's saying, you know what? Doesn't matter. Give me that 9th kill. Give me this ace. And give me this second game. We're taking this series to a game 3.
We are going to 3. We are going the distance. Texas State, I mean, they looked good in game number 1. They had to slip up. They patched those wounds, Cole.
Yep.
They definitely patched them quite well.
And this is Zeri. 2 appearances in NACE Starleague so far and 0 wins to boot to show about it. It's tough because you're like, you see it in solo queue, it just dominates solo queue. You see it in competitive play, it's dominating competitive play. Danny got a pentakill on it for Evil Geniuses and LCS, but it's just something that requires so much utility and so much requirement for resources to consume and make a powerful ADC that the rest of the team just gets sacrificed for it. And the amount of lane pressure that Ref had applied on that Xin Zhao this time around in the second game was just too much to handle. A phenomenal job from the rest of Texas State. But this is now game 3. It's do or die. And this was also the one breaker that you got the early lead and you're able to close it out.
About time. After 3 games, and on the 4th one, we finally get it. But we have a 5th one in mind now, as the series is going to go to 3 games. We're going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into that matchup of Florida State University versus Texas State University. Welcome back to NACE Starleague, and now we have a game number 3, Cole. What a wild game number 2 it was to get there, though, and some interesting domination coming out. We saw some amazing Xin Zhao play out of ref, and what he was able
Mhm.
to do. You know, usually we have Xin Zhao as somewhat of a facilitator. No, he was the carry in this game.
Oh, definitely. And when you can get that Xin Zhao online, there's no damage to really keep on him when he is in his Seneschal mode of just absolute beast mode. Then really can't really answer anything else to him. And honestly, that was just massive respect for him for carrying that through, and then being able for the rest of the team to actually take those early leads and then finish the game out cleanly. Because this was the first time this night that we have seen a team being able to take the early game convincingly, take objectives, and convert their early lead into mid-game win condition resuscitation, into lane acquisition, lane assignments, and then into a final victory, all through proper forms. And it goes to show that Texas State is learning from their lessons and has licked their wounds going into this. Now heading into Game 3, it's do or die. It's a best of one now, technically for SU and for Texas State to pull out and keep their series record undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lesson in patience, right? Coming out from Texas, and they learned it quite well. They got the adaptation they needed to for that game 2. As we head into game 3, I do wonder what the talk of this draft is going to be, because we had a lot of concerns about
Yeah.
Zeri of all champions, and the fact that so much focus onto this champion is not really coming into results.
Well, we banned that, I guess, for FSU. They're going to go ahead and they banned that one around, and they prioritized Jinx this time. But instead of going with the Aphelios, which was actually banned from Texas State, they went back onto this Vayne. They did Vayne Karma once again. And seeing that answer, they're saying, all right, well, that's fine. We can go ahead and take this Blitzcrank. You don't have any black shields to negate that pull, and you're short ranged. So you got to get within Blitzcrank's kill circle to try and farm and harass against us defensively. So that will be very interesting to see how this Jinx Blitz Vayne Karma situation will sort of deal out. Especially if the Blitzcrank just takes Qs constantly from Karma, then that's a little bit of an inkling of concern. But then the blind Corki, always great around those objectives. I'm curious on how well FSU is going to be able to pilot this Corki, because it can be a little bit difficult and it can be daunting when you're trying to like keep your packages timed, keep up that poke and harassment. But once you get a couple pieces of your build going, once you get that Luden's Tempest and you get that Ravenous Hydra, you just start to pump damage, and it's really hard to walk into a Corki, especially with how Texas State's composition is dished out. Sure, you got the Nocturne, you got the Vex and the Mundo, a lot of things that can dive in immediately or just meander on in like Mundo does. Do you have the survivability then after you get into that fight to continue moving forward? And that's where that Trundle and Ornn come into the fray and say, well, sure, you may be able to dive in on top of us, but you're going to be sitting within a Call of the Forge God, which is going to really create some space for Corki and Jinx to work with, and then a Trundle to make your front line a little bit tankier and easier to chew up with that Corki and the Jinx. And I'm looking at Trundle right now saying like, hey, these team fights happen, boom, immediately subjugate that Mundo. Impossible for him to really try and brute force through. And it's just a question of how these early games perform. And once again, if they can convert those leads, this is that question of, will Texas State learn fully their lesson and say, wait, we've understood how to execute these games and understand these mid-game macros, let's do it? Or does FSU actually have the counterplay to switch things up and take this series away?
Oh, no. Oh, they're going for the cheesy play. Here comes the recall.
They don't see them.
Okay, no worries there. You do have some info if you are ref. There's a Blitzcrank coming your way, and for some reason, not heeding the warning. It's going to be First Blood going over to Learning on this Corki.
And a wonderful catch there, getting into that division. Wow. And walking right past it. They didn't see them until that Blitzcrank showed his face and was able to catch ref. So a phenomenal job in recalling immediately to get Tear the Goddess. So that's a great way to start this game off. FSU, wonderful job. But with this here, now how do you continue to make that forward play? Honestly, at this stage, yeah, sure, it's level 1, it's whatever. But Blitzcrank, why stop? Why put brakes on this? Start looking for some more hooks. Like, sometimes the best thing to do is legit just to walk up mid lane and just hook the enemy mid laner. see if you can force something out, because that Karma Vein, sure, they can pressure you, but Jinx can just vibe. Just stay in EXP range for a little bit, soak up, get to level 2, and then wait until Blitzcrank comes back to help out. There's some different strategies that this Blitzcrank could run with to really keep this game going, but junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, which shows priority of where they really want to be going into their initial clear.
One of the things I like about the composition of FSU is it's not just the volatility; it's pretty easy to execute outside of just planning out package timings, right? As long as you're able to just pop a Q, wait 14 seconds on that cooldown, it'll come back up. We'll try again later. There's nothing really big that you're depending on to be able to have an impact in these fights, and that is fantastic on a champion like Jinx to get that passive going. Make sure she can have that spacing to deal that DPS.
Of course. And not to mention that Ornn Call of Forge God can start fights. You have multiple tools to create initiations and multiple tools to harass. FSU has a very well-rounded composition, but so does Texas State. They've got heavy engagement. If Forgiveness and Ref decide to hit those go buttons, they can fly in together to get into the back line and cause some havoc within the ranks of FSU. And they have some stability as well with wave clear capability, though they will start to suffer if this game goes very long. If we get past that 30-minute mark, I'd have to say FSU just scales way too fast and way too heavily. You've got ornament items, you've got Jinx hypercarry, you've got Corki hypercarry. You need to end this game very quickly for Texas State, and with that first blood already going over in favor of learning at that level 1 invasion, you're already playing such a slippery slope and an uphill battle to boot.
And another thing that comes up is you were talking about the subjugate being popped over on the top side. Just Corki alone has so much natural shred that you can work with to just break down that tank of a champion. It's hard to itemize against a Corki as well, right? Because you get like half magic damage, half physical damage at the end of the day when you do play this champion. And some attention over.
True. Catch him. Oh my goodness, that Mundo is low. It might just be something that you go see if you can just dive this, but you got summoner spells up too. You got to be very cautious of making that dive, and he has vision in that little corner tucked away. If you popped out, you would know that he can prepare defensively, possibly make a 1-for-1 trade. And keep that safe. Don't try and give anything over that doesn't need to be given over. And both these junglers this time around too can look for a solo dragon. So this is also up to how FSU and Texas State will play around that knowledge. If we can solo the dragon, we just need the space and the pressure to do just that. So watch how the mannerisms of mid and bot are going to be when they try and challenge for that, or if they try and look for it at all. Might just be Ref just farming to level 6 on his Nocturne as fast as possible, and then starting to hit that go button in the mid lane and making sure that they shut down this Corki before he really gets out of hand.
Ref has already shown a lot of competence in trying to play a jungle carry role. We'll see how those early paranoias are able to show up, because there is a lot you need to depend on due to those early ultimates. I thought Engage was going to go down in the bot lane, but he hasn't able to get close enough. Too much damage going on to both Rooster and Dump Truck. Still spotting out the jungler, only going to swap out the vision for the time being, but a lot of pressure is coming in both the mid lane and the bottom lane. Texas being able to push in those waves. Once Ref is done over here, I am going to be watching very closely if any Dragon Calls are made, thanks to that priority.
Of course. See? Oh, forcing the flash? Man. Elfmaster's just... He has not been performing well in this top side for this series. He's not having a good night. He's been struggling against a lot of lanes that seems he should have the benefit over. But now Forgiveness, oh, that is so much damage going on to this Vex, having to force the flash. No teleport to get back into the lane quickly, so he's going to have to chug up on those Corrupting Potion pots to get back to a state of stability. While bottom lane is going exactly as predicted. Texas State throwing out those Karma Qs as much as possible, dealing as much damage as possible to make sure Rooster and Dump Truck always double check themselves before they try and look for anything ambitious. Kaz is in this bottom side and Wave is crashing. This might have been a good time to try and risk that dragon and sort of test the waters, but I think it's more because they know that Nerf is down here. They saw him sort of nearby that chicken, the chicken camp earlier. Said, all right, He's probably padding down. Let's play a little bit careful. Let's reset now and see if that reset will bear us any fruit later down the line. To see how Ref will sort of position himself once it comes to his reset.
So you do have a faster reset coming out of FSU. Both junglers are going to be starting towards their top side, so you should see them pathing towards that Drake. And by then, we will have Ref hitting level 6, so Paranoia available. Subjugate should be available as well. And with Kaz being over towards this top side, potentially do something here. He's going to walk away, and it should be a while before we see that revisit. The camps are not really towards this end. Again, pathing towards that bottom side to clear out those camps and potentially get some control towards that Drake.
There's a roam from Blitzcrank to make sure you get some wards. Dump Truck making sure he can track Ref where possible. And you need to be a little bit more aggressive with those warding positions too, because Nocturne can jump in on these lanes a lot quicker and from a lot farther away. So good call to drop that ward at the blue buff and see if you can get a couple more invaded in and put him in unpredictable spots, places where you know where he's going to be, but he's not going to sweep. Kaz hanging out on the side, push, seeing if he can get forgiveness. His fear is down, but it's very close to recharging, so this isn't a good time to call it. And all about managing those fears. He's gonna, looks like he's going for it. He's got the fear. This is the fight.
Here comes Paranoia, gonna come in, dives deep onto Learning and makes it look easy. That's the threat you always gotta be aware of, but now going for more on this tower dive. They want Kaz and they get the double kill. They take it all Texas with authority in the mid lane.
And a splendid job from Forgiveness being able to drag him out to a safer corner, knowing that he had no vision on the top side of the river in this mid lane. He says, I'm going to try and push you towards the bottom where I know I have safety. And with that, it allows time for Ref to jump in before Kaz even enters the fray. And Flash being forced from Kaz too means that this Trundle is starting to suffer a little bit in this jungle position. And Ref, with 2 kills now in his name, to go ahead and solo this dragon, and that was the pressure that they needed from the mid and bottom to make sure that you can solo this objective as the jungle.
But it feels so good for Rev on this Nocturne. I'm gonna watch what he takes on that first recall, what he's able to buy as he's gonna grab this Drake all to himself, needs no backup, has that pressure you were talking about, as well as Kaz being on the top side, no real threat to worry about. Kaz again focusing onto that top side. They really want to take down Elfmaster, and I know that they've been doing a good job of trying to punish him, but he still has the CS lead.
Yeah, he's got the CS lead, but it's nothing of an issue until it gets around like 16, 20 CS, where like the actual value, the worth of the CS that you've been acquired is equal to that of getting a kill, right? So like 79 to 63. Yeah, that's concerning. That's about almost 400 gold difference right there that is starting to acquire, and that shows. It's Caulfield Warhammer and maybe a couple other pieces of gold sitting in your pocket that you haven't spent yet because you're waiting to cash in on that Muramana. But oh, Forgiveness, you don't have Flash here, and this looks a little bit painful. Hopefully Ref can get there in time for you.
Out comes the pillar. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in, doesn't land onto Forgiveness, but another rocket follows, and Forgiveness is going to be perfectly fine. Trying so hard. Kaz has been repeating with these ganks on the top side in the mid lane, but just can't seem to land the mark.
Yeah, but ping's coming out. Rift Herald will be the objective for Florida State. They have all the pressure in the world to go ahead and grab this one. Trundle can take it with ease, as Evan Johnson going to make sure that he has security on the top side. Learning's going to help him accelerate this objective take. And Ref, Ref actually has some backup here. You have Karma roaming up, and same with Forgiveness. Ults are available. This might actually be a fight that could go the way of Texas State.
Go call the Forge God, gonna find a double knockup, but here comes the flank. It's going to be Dump Truck, tries to do more, gets the ultimate to pop a lot of silence, a lot of damage, and Ref so low will fall. Shut down Oven Johnson, able to get that one. Elfmaster too far forward, 4 members around him, but Elfmaster will take one with him to the grave.
And that's a 2-for-1 trade, but Rift Herald is secured by Kaz and the rest of Florida State University, so they will win out on top of that fight. They'll see if they can reassess onto this mid lane. I don't want them to drop this Herald immediately. You have time to assess and look at other options, but in fact, they're going to do it. They're going to drop the gold and see if they can get as much gold as possible onto Learning. But because Kaz was the one that picked it up, they're going to share the gold regardless. 160 gold to each member. It's pretty low. There goes another option. That's actually 240 gold, but worse is here. That's very far forward, my man. I don't know if it's worth it.
Not the best position to be. Kaz will be able to get the kill, but now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Still trying to find more on the Kaz. Will be Tiny Turtles, but will not go for the tower dive. Paranoia not available. Ooh, dump truck! A rocket grab. Oof, scaring me.
Yep, and Forgiveness got hit by that Jinx rocket as well, but was able to survive just long enough and did not die. Do that execute. A bloody Game 3 in this best-of-3 series between Florida State University and Texas. Sitting on a knife's edge, no one really gaining a massive advantage over the other. You look at who's got the kills, who's got the gold. A lot of it onto Learning on this Corki. And some of it as well divvied up between Forgiveness and Ref for Texas State. This is where we have to remember, yes, you've got hyper carries on both teams. You've got the Vayne and the Jinx in their own sides respectively, but Jinx a lot stronger in the recent changes and in the recent season. Not to mention Corki as well, very dominant. If you're playing into this poke lane, into this poke style around these objectives, it's going to get a little bit scarier for Texas State to try and hit those go buttons when they take a lot of chip damage. So we got to be careful with how we approach these objectives. 1 minute until the next dragon spawns. I'd be looking for that. I'd be preparing for that if I was Texas State, but ooh, they're already fighting in mid.
Oh, Forgiveness jumping on him. The Paranoia to follow. Learning gets dropped. A minute left on Dragon. It is going to give some priority over to Texas to get the first foot in here. Establish priority here. Get some vision into here. Learning will be able to return. But it's going to be Texas's map on the bottom side as Ref is going to look to transfer this to something more. Rooster and Dump Truck will not play that way, though. They have a control ward out. Will spot out where Ref is. They do have an idea. Kaz coming over the wall. Blast Plant. Going to provide some protection, provide some backup to make sure that this dive does not go through as planned. Tiny Turtles keeps farming away.
Well, that's 2 key ultimates down on the side of Texas State before this dragon even spawned, and the respawn timers are fairly low, too, so Learning will be able to get back to lane. I believe he might have package as well. Yep.
Oh, yep.
Unless my ears deceived me, as he was, so able to grab that for this objective, but it might have been a little bit too early because Tiny Turtles and Worst are going to be sticking around. Forgiveness and Ref are scrambling back to this objective, making sure that they have some sign of congestion, but this should just be given over to Florida State. You do not want to try and fight into this, especially with package on Forky. We're going to go ahead. Call it good for now. It's alright. It's 1 dragon for 1. Just don't die here, Worst. But oh, he's looking in a world of trouble.
No, don't want to be there. And there is the pillar, the cut off with the package. Dear. Worst really wasn't worth it, man. It's very hard to get that still with the Karma. Rooster is now going to get that kill of the Karma, his first kill of the game, and good amount of gold going over to him.
And how much are they going to be able to chip away on this turret? Turret plates had already fallen a while ago. Tiny Turtle, you do not need to be here. Get out. Do not lose the kills. But what's this? A teleport coming in from Elfmaster and one from Oven Johnson.
Ooh, not the spot for Tiny Turtle. Gets knocked up and dropped. Oven Johnson able to grab that one. Here comes the Fear Tether, looking to find it onto Learning. Learning can do nothing but run in horror very slowly on top of that one while Ref takes him down. Now the Call to Forge got over to the bot lane as Elfmaster gets knocked up with his return fire on this Mundo. Mundo will just cleave away. Looking for more, but Kaz is there to try and deny the escape. Now Elfmaster getting wailed away on. Really, Elfmaster making it pretty tight there, but falls in the process. But look at the mid lane. Texas are responding by taking objectives.
Yep, and they were able to get all of the top camps away from FSU in that quadrant and do some number damage on this turret. As a matter of fact, they're just going to go ahead and take it. They're just taking this mid lane turret. That's a lot of gold going over locally to Ref and Forgiveness. And this is going to be a Nocturne Vex difference here. It's going to be Nocturne Vex to 100% if they are able to pull out a win here, because even though they were struggling in that bottom side, it's 8 kills to 7. They still have a slight lead. They've got a 2,000 gold lead, and a lot of it is dumped on top of this Nocturne. And on this Mundo, who was able to acquire some shutdown gold in that bottom fight. Seeing if they can survive a little longer to make sure they have the tools available to always blow up Learning and Rooster before fights get started. Learning around. Ultimates are almost ready for Forgiveness and Ref. And there we go.
Yeah, there's the call. Looking to Valkyrie away. Still doing the body block is going to be Dump Truck. Paranoia getting wasted there, but look at Tiny Turtles. He's looking for the flank. Rooster, meanwhile, getting wailed away on Elfmaster. by Elfmaster. Elfmaster getting that kill. Down the ADC, FSU now on the back foot as their bot lane goes down.
See if they continue to push in to get some vision control as well. Oh no, Dump Truck was able to get the pull onto Worst, and he is in the worst spot again.
Couple of autos, learning, able to get his 3rd kill of the game. Now starts putting some rockets onto Forgiveness. But happy to take that kill. Now going to take the recall, but the response out of Texas will be Rift Heralds, letting Tiny Turtles and Ref over there.
Yep. Just take everything on the opposite of the map. If you have Worst just like kind of running it down bottom lane, it's okay. It still requires multiple members. It's still giving you information that, hey, 3-4 members are bottom side. Take top camps as much as you can. Try and get some pressure there. Sure, Oven Johnson's up here, but he's a smarter man, I hope. Just try and stay away and sort of wiggle away. The rest of this team is coming, though. Florida State is ready to fight.
Oh, the Forge God comes in, can't get the knockup on the return, but Ref, isolated for way too long, gets taken out by the Blitzcrank. No, Dump Truck doesn't finish the job. Instead, Forgiveness is going to finish off Rooster, but Learning is still healthy. It still has many rockets to deliver as Tiny Turtles tries to walk out of this one. Learning on the hunt, on the chase. Worst will be able to provide some backup for Tiny Turtles. Can get the movement speed, but a crazy little exchange there. 1 for 2, this time in favor of FSU.
And help even up the gold just a little bit more, but we've got some damage going on the bottom as well. Elfmaster is left to his own devices trying to split push on this Mundo. Take some of the tier 2 turret off, chipped off. Already dropped it to half health. People tend to forget Mundo does some damage when he headbutts these turrets, and you might as well just take this. I would say just sacrifice your ultimate. Just take this turret and just walk off behind a dandy, but you can see the rest of the team is going to try and chase him down, and this is where I'd say, you know what, if you died and took that turret, it's a lot more valuable than you trying to run away and still lose your life. But oh, he gets out because of that headbutt missing, and no other tools are there for the chase.
I'm not a fan of the way that pillar was placed. It actually pushed Elfmaster forward, so
yeah,
giving him a better chance to be able to get out of that unpunished completely, even with the ultimate being burned. It's a low cooldown. He'll have it back. It's already a quarter done.
It's fine. You know, Mundo goes where he pleases. As long as he has the capability to just walk out of any pain possible. Though, Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. It's another Hex Tech Soul here for this 3rd game of the best 3 series between Texas State and FSU. We've seen how powerful these souls can be, how dominant Hex Tech can just overwhelm fights and overwhelm the map and give so much pressure to the winning team or the team in the lead. But oh, speaking of hooks, that's a great catch, but I don't think it's the right call.
He finds Forgiveness, but he gets found in the process. Tiny Turtles takes him down. It's 5 members strong. Texas is standing as they start up on this Hex Drake. 2nd Drake over for them. And no real response coming out of FFCU so far. Gonna throw out the Make a Death Rocket. Okay. Not this time. Not today.
Not this time. And the package also was a little late from Learning. He was able to get it, yes, but already the pick had happened, and Dragon advantage had already gone over in favor of Texas State, so they're able to keep that themselves. They're all moving up to top side. Baron Vision is online for them, though not willing to risk the Baron per se, but just to get back and try and give Elfmaster's Mundo as much space as possible to say, look, you can go in, you can chip away at this turret. We know how much damage this Mundo can do. Let's try and give you that freedom to do what you want. And the rest of the team can try and assess on this top side, and then you just stretch out Florida State as much as possible. Florida State, they have the better team fight, but is this Worst getting caught out again?
Oh, he's actually going to be able to get away. Didn't even burn his flash. Learning using the package to try and get onto him.
Wow. Being able to get out like that is probably the best situation there for Texas State. Able to survive and able to continue farming up. I think this gold lead just ever slightly in their favor. And these games have been very much economically close. We haven't seen massive leads, like 5,000 gold leads until like later on, 30 minutes into the game or so. These games have been very closely packed together, 2,000 gold very much between them. I see that chipping away of those rockets coming in from Learning. He shows that, hey, I've got my Lune's Tempest, I've got my Muramana, haven't made it a Mana Moon just yet.
Well, that was a Super Mega Death Rocket as well that hit Tiny Turtles.
True, so lots of rockets just whittling onto the Tiny Turtles. Got to reconsider the tenacity and just the the raw defenses of what turtles can do. Apparently, if they can take that many rockets and get out unscathed with their life to spare.
Just taking him on the chin, no worries whatsoever. He's got a karma. He's got the backup of the move and speed shield. Final hour. I'm a champ for that one.
I would honestly say the best play that Tiny Turtles could do in a sense of itemization is get Gwynsos, get Immortal Shield Bow like he has, but then get that Wit's End, and then just Randuin's Omen Spirit Visage. Just be beefy. If you can survive the poke and harassment, and you can cause you are a short range team. If you can survive getting through the poke that FSU is going to dish out at you with Rooster and Learning, then you're just going to be able to tear through the rest of the team with how just Vayne naturally scales and how just the majority of her damage is impossible to negate with Exhaust because of the true damage with the Silver Bolts. So, to that end, that might just be the way to do it, though. That's just one piece of the puzzle. Texas State still has a very powerful top side of the map with Mundo, Nocturne, and Vex. The kill squad of Vex and Nocturne can do wonders if someone is left out on their own and they spot them within that vision. It's lights out immediately, and that person is gone. And that's where this vision control and this vision battle is important for Florida State to always be in the upper hand and always to be playing safely, working with each other, having a partner in crime to go out and help out with these advancements in their ward line. Not giving anything over to allow that window to happen. Excuse. I think I just jinxed it.
You're kidding. You're kidding.
You're kidding. My goodness, that's Baron.
Oh my!
I blink and he's gone.
It's still processing for me right now. Texas, it's free. It's free real estate.
It's free, yeah. And all of them are bottom lane. Mundo's just vibing.
Mundo's right now.
Oh my goodness.
Free splash in the process. Texas don't really care about losing their Mundo. They got Learning. They got Baron. It's whatever, bro.
That was such a massive win for Texas State. Yeah, sure, lose a life, whatever. Baron power play, 4,000 gold. We jumped that 2,000 gold lead that they've been struggling to get out of, and now it's jumped up to 4,000, if not almost 5,000 here fairly shortly. Dragon is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Hit that reset button now, ref, once you're done with those chickens, because you got a dragon to acquire for yourself. And they'll be sprinting down to that objective. Corky, I don't think even has package yet. Smart call on the Hextech gates, by the way. Very smart call. Using it at the maximum amount of transportation possible. Love it when you're using the public transportation system of the Rift. But from here, what's FSU doing? They can't do anything. They can't challenge this dragon. They're way too late to the call. Orn and Corky are base. Texas State, off of that one kill, have just broke this game wide open. And they're looking for more.
This is where it gets brutal right here. Denying vision. A lot of FSU don't really know what's going on when that paranoia pops, and you only have that vision limited to your area. Now that paranoia is down, FSU are trying to look for a way into this one. Call the Forge God is still on cooldown, though, so the initiation tools are not available for Florida State.
Blooming Shadow missed. So there's a lot of tools down for Texas State. Nice pull!
Beautiful pull from Dump Truck, able to get the rocket grab on the Worst. Worst falling for the 4th time this game thus far. FSU, they might have conceded the Dragon, but they were able to get some pressure. Now, can they translate this to anything is going to be the big question.
Yeah, but look at what Tiny Turtles is doing on this Vayne in the bottom lane. He's just saying, you know what, we don't need to team fight. It's okay. Let's go ahead and push and just take away resources. And this is where using your Baron power play with a team that can't siege effectively because they've got a short-range ADC and a very short-range rest of the team that struggles to try and challenge turret dives. You don't need to try and take turrets. Baron power plays are there to amplify what your team does best. It's not just for sieging. And that's where a lot of these teams tend to trip up on saying, all right, we've got Baron, it's time to group, it's time to siege some turrets. Don't need to do that. Sometimes it's, all right, we've got Baron, let's push out these waves, and let's take these jungle camps and win the vision game. Sometimes that's all you need. And right now, you're losing out on this Baron power play right now, because yes, you're getting farm, yes, you're taking things away. Tiny Turtles is really the one that's doing that. Everyone else is just kind of vibing. But now I see Worst now in the bottom lane saying, all right, now I know that Tiny Turtles has pressure bot. Let's get some vision down here in this bottom lane. Let's get them lit up and make sure that we can make picks when needed. Elfmaster going up to the top side of the map, trying to spread FSU out as much as possible to make sure you don't have that Ornn constantly in a team fight position. From here, Baron's done. There you go. 4,000 gold lead in favor of Texas State. But all we need to do is another Corki kill like that. And that all started off of a Corki kill.
Learning being having 5 kills has a lot of income for FSU. Him not being able to be in these fights is catastrophic for them. Sure, you have a good amount of gold onto Oven Johnson. You're going to make him a unkillable brick wall.
Yep, true.
It doesn't really amount for too much when you don't have the damage to back up. That being said, it is there. You still have Learning and Rooster who are trying to farm up and have some presence in the game. It's just so terrifying when that Nocturne and Vex can jump on you that far. You know, it makes it hard for teammates to be able to follow through.
Very true. Very slow and steady from Texas State. Making sure that they can get some economy going. Get to those item power spikes. Possibly see if they can get a final piece of the puzzle for Forgiveness, seeing if you can get that Void Staff dashed in. I think that's what's going to be next. I see the recall coming in from Forgiveness. Now will be the Void Staff. That's a huge purchase there for this Vex to prepare for the upcoming Dragon and Baron. Once again, Dragon Soul and Baron will be spawning at around the same time.
Wow.
So you'll have to play a little bit of a bluffing game. And a lot of that bluffing is depending on if you can actually find a pick or not before these objectives spawn. Last time we saw that, it was FSU being able to get a catch onto Texas State, being able to get both Dragon and Baron to swing the game into a victory for them in Game 1. Texas State, this time around, has the vision control on the Dragon, says, you know what, it's Hextech Soul, it is the strongest soul in the game. Let's focus this. We don't need the Baron. Let's try and prioritize that and look for anyone who tries to step forward into this side of the jungle, into this side of the rift.
Setup right now is Texas State on this Dragon side. A lot of deep wards on top of that. Only one pixel brush in the favor of Florida State University. Only one line of sight in. Everything else is fog of war. It's a very dangerous game. You need to lead with your frontliners and get that front to back going for Rooster. Seems like it might be a bluff right here. Instead of playing around the Dragon, they want to get Texas to try and move over towards this mid lane tower. Now Kaz trying to catch out Ref. Is going to burn a flash onto Ref. It's not going to be the worst thing for their situation, but it is a good move coming out for Florida State.
Yep, and they have package as well to threaten any kind of fighting that Texas State might try and throw at them. So once you see that package fall, that might just be the bad news that Florida State would receive. Try and get this going. TP coming in from Dr. Mundo. This fight starting. Package is used preemptively to try and cut everyone off.
Oh, it's doing a good job so far, though. 2 down. Guardian Angel being popped as Forgiveness jumps in and decimates Rooster. Now the rest of Texas State are falling, but Tiny Turtle is looking to be the difference maker. He goes after Kaz, going after those health bars, making that true damage, making those bolts ring true. Over the wall, 30 gets dropped, and Tiny Turtles is an absolute monster. He's an absolute animal. A knockup comes in on the worst as Kaz and Evan Johnson look to chase down the support of Tiny Turtles. Tiny Turtles trying to get up in there and make sure that his support doesn't fall. Make sure his support isn't lonely, but he drops Oven Johnson, able to get that one. And Tiny Turtles, what an intense fight right there. But the Dragon Soul was not picked up. Florida State are able to secure it.
Yeah, Florida State's able to secure it, and they even this game back up to a 2,000 gold differential between them. Texas State still in favor of that one, but that is an overall win. And that preemptive Corki positioning with the package wastes so much time, and it gets some burn onto Ref to allow that squishy Nocturne to just get blown up immediately. And Elfmaster going in, teleporting a little bit too early for Ref and Forgiveness to jump in, because if Ref and Forgiveness jump in at the same time, they can immediately lock down targets and provide enough crowd control to get themselves in and spend time for the rest of the team to rally behind them and get that fight going. But because it was all scattered, because it was one by one filing in, it was FSU who comes out on top, but they're going to be challenged for Baron now. The action does not stop.
Here comes Call of the Forge God. It goes off to the side now, looking for the knock and be able to get it onto Tiny Turtles, but Tiny Turtles is still able to get the autos. Uses Condemn to build some time, and now
Watch
running away
Tiny.
is going to be Dump Truck falls. Tiny Turtles is still going to get in, but now he's low. Getting in the final auto. Rooster is able to flank them, and now Texas State are fighting tooth and nail. Elfmaster oh so low, but he will be the one to fall as Owen Johnson's able to get out of there, learning the cleanup crew. FSU off a quadra kill of learning. Get the ace.
And another chaotic fight for both FSU and Texas State, but it is FSU that once again comes out on top, having this hyper carry of Corgi ripping apart the members of Texas State. Ref and Forgiveness lasted just blinks in that fight as Tiny Turtles was stuck to be left to his own devices to try and carry his team out from the depths. But the lane and the waves are not in position for FSU to maximize their potential. They're going to have to really pull it close to try and get this inhibitor. But ref is up. Forgiveness is up. They have to call it off for now, but they're able to break the defensive shell that is Texas State's base.
Ooh, coming in with the portals.
Oh, he didn't look.
Oh, that would have been so bad for FSU to lose Owen Johnson right there. Baron is still on the table. Now Texas coming onto the map, 5-member strong, headed towards this Baron area. They will be the first one to get in here.
Rinse and repeat.
Here we go. A vision being placed. Now FSU starting to group up, but Rooster, far off from the team, will start regrouping. And we're just going for the 5-man team fight here. We're just going to slug it out until someone wins.
Yep, and we talked about it earlier on how these teams play out when it gets down to these 5v5s. It doesn't matter how your laning phase went. And I'm looking at FSU with this Ornn giving out these ornaments over to the rest of his team. I think this is the final one that needs to be given away. Yeah, that's a matter of fact true. He's done. He's gotten all of those mythic cashed in. This is some powerful and heavy-hitting team members of FSU going to be going in for this fight. I'm curious, with that, how tanky will this Ornn and Trundle be to provide time for Learning and Rooster to dish out the damage once again? But I think Texas State, after that fight, after those 2 fights in a row where they had lost it just by a sliver, they're saying, no more. We need to control our division. We need to get back onto this pick style that Ref and Forgiveness were doing to get them to this point where they were able to get those leads and get that control of the side waves. They need to get back into that kind of mindset. And it's very difficult to do because you are focusing at these objectives. You're saying, we can't give them Baron. We can't give them Dragon. We can't give them top lane. And you're all grouping up and you're playing into FSU's hands. You need to look for that small weakness, that crack in the armor of FSU's defenses. Try and get yourself back into a confident state of the game.
34 minutes into this game, and the gold is even. Texas State having 3 Drakes, now walking over towards this Dragon area. 40 seconds until the next Drake spawns. FSU were able to deny the Dragon Soul last time. Are they going to be able to do it again as FSU try and set up towards this mid lane? Texas already having the priority on the Drake will get that early vision. So FSU are going to be walking into the fog of war once again. Can they keep Learning and Rooster safe? Can Dump Truck find another rocket grab? Put FSU in a good spot. The package is available, so this is going to be pretty big here for FSU.
It's always these quirky packages that can turn the times of these objective fights, even when you're from behind. We've seen it twice already in this game alone with Learning. Look, and he's hunting for it. He's trying to hold on. He's trying to find that good pincer. But it's just Elfmaster that he sees. The rest of Texas State is in the darkness. Might be able to find the pinch. I see Forgiveness on the back line. If he gets a hit onto Rooster or onto Learning with this Vex ultimate, might just be as good as dead. But look at the poke that Ref has been receiving. He is just taking so much damage. But here we go.
Ref solo. He's going for the steal. Ref will be able to get Rooster before falling. Here comes Call of the Forge Gosh. Meanwhile, on the back line, it's still going to be another one picked up as Learning is able to get a double. It's going to be Florida State University going right after Tiny Turtles. They know who the target is, but the target is able to take one with him. Tiny Turtles is able to drop the Corky, but Elfmaster is the only one that remains. And it might be a wet noodle fight, but there's 3 wet noodles slapping the face of Elfmaster. He's got to fall eventually, and there is the ace. Florida State University with the Beefy Boys take the team fight win.
Yeah, the Beefy Boys are going to have to parade down this been laid very, very quickly. Ignore the wave. Just ignore it. Go straight for this inhibitor. You do not have time to waste because of how slowly you will take this inhibitor. Take it now. 5 seconds until Worst spawns. You're looking at the 15 and 20 seconds that Ref and Forgiveness are applying. You're going to be able to get this inhibitor. You're going to have to dip out. Take the jungle, though. You have enough time to take some of these jungle camps and then be able to reset. That is enough that you can take away. Don't be too greedy. Just one jungle camp, get out. Take the red buff. Use that Hex Tech gate that's right next to you. Public transportation system is always helpful in these times when it is needed. It's going to be able to reset quickly and prepare for the next fight. Baron is available. Baron is live. Vision Wars are going to be starting here fairly shortly. And you can see Worst. He is on the back foot. 0-7. Not having a good performance this game on the Karma support. He has to make sure that he has that line of sight ready, because that pincer that had happened with Ref and Forgiveness onto Rooster was phenomenal. They just immediately blew up this Jinx. And if they can get that onto both Learning and onto Rooster, this game is just going to flip right on its head once again.
Right now Kaz looking to go after Elfmaster. Able to close the distance onto him. Bot lane going to be completely left open as all the attention from both of these squads is set towards this top side, is set towards this dragon side. Learning being a little bit late to the party here. Teleports are available for everyone, but no split push, no cross map play is going to be made here. This standoff between the two squads. Baron could be the objective that is given up here, or even the game. We are so late into this, 38 minutes in. Only a 2k gold lead, which really means nothing at this state of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Another turret is going to go down as Texas. They feel fine forfeiting that one. That's okay. Outer turrets, who cares about them?
Yep. Like I said, with getting close to that 70,000 overall team gold, that's where a lot of these carries have finished up their items. They're pretty much on that last final 6th piece. And it's more about how you play the team fight rather than what you have in the team fight. Even with those quirky badges, even the last quirky badge, it felt like it did a lot. Yeah, sure, but it was mostly that the poking and the harassment from the rockets to get Ref to a very low health bar was really what made or broke that fight in the end of it all. And Rooster and Learning, a lot of breathing space to sort of whittle away at this front line, but you gotta make sure you can weave in those ultimates for Forgiveness and Ref to try and get onto this back line, because that's the only saving grace that can happen here for Texas State. And get very careful, very safe. They can burn down this Baron rather quickly, but they gotta clear the vision first, because if they see you, FSU can jump on top of you in the blink of an eye.
All right, now sending Oven Johnson to the bot lane to finally catch that wave that's been building up for a little bit. Set a wave going the opposite way.
Rocket.
One of the only downsides to this is you still have that outer turret up, so you can't apply that much pressure in the bot lane by building a wave.
Yes.
Still be able to get that tower. It does look like it's potentially pretty low. Again, teleport is available for Oven Johnson if he needs to join this pretty quickly.
Maybe seeing if they can get this one going. As it's just a breath. It's just a knife's edge here. They're looking for the gamble. This might just be the play to end it all, Deserix.
This is the call. Dump Truck looking to lead the way. Wait for the rocket grab to land. It's going to land onto nothing. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Only gets a knock up onto one. And those are 2 engage tools down now. Waiting for the cooldown of the rocket grab. Dump Truck gets caught out on the side. Falls to about half health. But able to back up to the safety of his team. Learning now looking the way of Forgiveness. Can't find much else. The tension, Coco, the tension.
Oh,
the rocket grab from Dump Truck almost finds Worst. Worst having to burn flash to be able to get out of that. But holy smokes here.
At this point, Jinx Rocket just going wide once again, but it's okay. It's on a short cooldown. But this is Soul Point. This is Soul. For FSU, Hex Tech Soul will be acquired. There's no resources on the side of Texas State to try and challenge this. Very low mana on Forgiveness. Ultimates are now coming back up for Nocturne, Ref.
Ooh, package and
this burns
teleport
down
left
very
for
quickly.
Learning too.
Yep, here comes package, here comes that teleport, here comes this fight, this might be it.
All right, here we go. Looking to dive in is going to be Ref, waiting for the package to ring through the entirety of Texas State. Here he goes, the package all the way to the back line, gets feared up. Forgiveness able to land that fear. Elfmaster going deep, but falls to Dump Truck. And now the Rockets come in. Ref gets chunked away. Call the Forge God finds a knock up on the Tiny Turtles. Tiny tries to flash, but Kaz will smite him down. Dump Truck able to get the uppercut, knocks up worse than the Dragon Soul, goes over to Florida State. Tiny Turtles down, Elfmaster down, and Florida State, they smell blood in the water.
And that's a 50-second respawn timer on Elfmaster and Tiny Turtles. This is game over. This is Florida State holding out and riding the storm that was Texas State University, and they will be taking this game. All they have to do is drive this final nail in the coffin, but that nail is blocked by an inhibitor. They got to push that thing out of the way and end this game now.
All right, inhibitor down, Nexus towers exposed. There's the paranoia, the last stand coming out of Ref as he goes for the backline, tries to get learning, but gets got instead. Another tower falls, the Nexus completely explodes. Florida State, it was a marathon, it was a very long match, 2 of them. But man, do they come out ahead in this 2-1 outcome of this series.
And a phenomenal job from Florida State being able to bring themselves back from the brink. 2 series that had happened tonight in League of Legends for the NACE Starleague ends up being teams losing out early games and coming out in favor of the end game, knowing how to play around these team fights, finding the right picks at the right time, playing around those objectives properly, and it's all just due to the camaraderie of these players and the teams that they're on. Very well done from Florida State University, but huge shout outs as well to Texas State. They made it a very tough battle through grit and grime entirely to end this series out. And honestly, one of the funnest series that I have watched so far this week, and I can't wait for next week either, because NACE Starleague is already bringing it in this spring 2022 season.
It's already looking so good. What a way to start off with some of these back and forth games. You know, it's not stomps. I keep saying like Swiss format. Like it's just a banger, man. Swiss format really does bring some of the best matchups, and NACE Starleague able to help bring that here today. Taking a look at the schedule that's coming up soon. Today, we know, just finishing up the League of Legends broadcast on Tuesday. Tomorrow, you will have Call of Duty on Wednesdays, CSGO on Fridays, and then top of the week, Rocket League and Overwatch on Mondays. So be sure to tune in the future for those ones. But that is going to do it here for the casting desk. And Coco, you got anything to close us out here?
Nothing else but massive shout outs to all the players and the teams for putting on amazing games and really having a wonderful night here on this Tuesday. And then, of course, thank you to the broadcast team for helping ride out through the storm that had happened.
Yeah. He's frozen. Hey, Cole, you just stuck with that expression right now on my screen. Hey, that's the way to wrap it up. This is going to do it for the casting desk. My name is Eric Desrex Beltran, my co-caster, Cole Coco the Dragon Dambley. I want to thank you guys for joining us. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for more of Collegiate Esports NACE Starleague. See you next time.